attended.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, check 350025. Appears that could possibly be a member of my family who got a refund. That's all I know about it, but same name. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ioannoni?
Check 349772 made out to my husband.
Okay. Councillor Morocco?
Check 439510 made out to my husband, and check 349744 made out to my company.
Okay. Do we have any other? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I'm not sure, but it's a refund for taxes to the school board.
Just to be sure. Do we have any other? None? And myself, I've got check number 349746, so check to myself as well. Can I get a motion for adoption of the minutes from November 14th? Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any discussion to the minutes? Okay, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. We'll start off with deputations and presentations. Understand we've got Heartland Forest up first. And Mr. Bowman, is Dan Bowman in the room somewhere here? There's in the back. How do you miss him with that bright colored shirt? Yeah. Dan is here to address council on the operation of Heartland Forest and as well as his involvement in the Rick Hansen run. Dan, welcome to the council meeting tonight.
Well, thank you. Of course, I'm very honored to be here and be Rick Hansen, the relay barrier man. Just want to switch the idea a little bit because it's not about me. I was honored, of course, to receive this medal from the Rick Hansen team, but I also got a letter from Rick where it says, making a difference in your community. And I just want to say a few words about our community because I'm so proud as an immigrant to come into Canada, into this community. I'm just honored to be part of Niagara Falls. It was not too long ago I had a couple come to the Mayor's mini pot at the Heartland Forest, and the lady was pushing her husband in the wheelchair playing mini golf. So I went to say hello to him, and they said, "Are you Dan?" I says, "Yeah." She says, "I met you before when you built the quiet room in the hospital." I said, "Well, that wasn't me, that was a team. There was sponsors and donors and blah, blah, blah." So we got talking about our community. So it wasn't too long ago that I put the choo-choo train at Zers, and within 3 hours, all done by volunteers and the good people in Niagara Falls, put in their 885 jars of peanut butter in a matter of 3 hours' time. And then I was at Camisos not too long ago, and in the Canada Parade was full of food. You done the sleep cheap, you know, so grateful to the hotel owners. There's so much going on in this community, and that's why I'm so honored to be part of Niagara Falls, to be able to carry this, but it's a team effort, and like I said, I'm so thankful to the city of Niagara Falls and to all of you. I'm honored once a year to be invited by Victor. I see Victor here, and you and I were there last year when Victor puts on 120, when we had the Valentine lunch and dance at St. Michael's School, as we were invited as dance chorus as one of the sponsors. It's just a great honor to be part of the city when you see those 120 children within the band starts, and within 3 seconds or 5 seconds the dance floor is just full with, you know, it's just amazing what you do there, Victor. So there is Dean, he leads the committee for the disability for the city of Niagara Falls, so it's not just Dan or I'm just honored to be here, to be the Rick Hansen man for the city of Niagara Falls, but I would love to just make it a whole community effort. There's a lot of people in this room who do a lot of good, and well, I see Canada Project Chair all the time too, so there's so many people. I'm so thankful to be part of this community, and again, seasoned greetings to everyone.
Well, Dan,
and that's on behalf of the team at Heartland Forest, of course.
Well, and we want to thank you for, you do so much for this community through your Heartland Forest, which is it's accessible for all kids, whether they want to go fishing or go on the merry-go-round or they want to go through the trails. And it's so neat that you made a decision a long time ago that, and you've been very successful. You've been very successful, and you've decided to reinvest in your community. And for that, we're really grateful. And you keep doing it. And you're selfless, and you continue to give, and it was so appropriate that you'd be the final medal bearer in the Rick Hansen run or relay rather, and you've got the jacket to go with it, and the medal, and maybe you can show everyone your medal, Dan, the replica of Rick Hansen's actual medal, and I'm sure the camera's got that on right now. And I understand, too, did something special happen in your life this weekend, too, Dan? Did you have a busy weekend?
Yeah, I had a busy weekend. We had a special do it in the treehouse this weekend.
Yeah, did you want to talk about that at all?
Well, I could. Linda and I got married this weekend in the treehouse.
Hey, congratulations.
A lovely day, and just family and friends. But it was.
I know you didn't come here to talk about yourself, and you don't like talking about yourself.
Well, I can talk about you a little too.
No. On that note,
His father and I go back 40 years.
Yeah.
But he was a better man than him. He
That's
could
right.
sell cantaloupes in 2 days. 3 days.
well, listen, Dan, on behalf of council, we really appreciate all that you do, and we know that you'll continue to do it. And thanks for being here tonight. And we encourage everybody, if they haven't already, to go check out Heartland Forest. It's a real incredible place to take your family, and it's a lot of fun. It's a neat adventure, and it's year-round. And thanks for all that you do. And we know it's going to keep getting bigger, and it's going to keep getting better. So thank you very much.
I'm honored, and it makes me feel good.
It's good.
Thank
Thank
you
you very
again.
much, Dan. Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got deputation for biodegradable water bottles. And I believe that we've got Tony Sturpey, Stephen Widrington, Jim Mance, and Jackie Ray. Is that right?
3 out of 4.
Oh, 3 out of 4. Who'd I miss?
Jackie Ray.
Jackie's not here. Okay, well, come on up, gentlemen, to the microphone.
Thank you.
You can maybe introduce which one's which. And
Okay. My name is Steve Widrington, and this is Jim Mance. And we are from a company called C.W. Shasky. We are a food broker on a provincial and national basis for a number of different products. And we have been in the process of introducing a product to the city of Niagara Falls. And thanks to Tony for making the first phone call to us to say, how can we get around introducing bottled water into our facility and still dealing with the environmental concern about the bottle. So I'm going to hand something out to the councillors, and I have some extras for the crowd. I'm going to direct your attention. This is it's lengthy, but it's. Thank you. I got one.
thank you. And I should point out that after this presentation, there will also be representatives from Park and the City and Mayor's Youth Advisory who have also asked to speak to this issue. And then in the end, council will give some direction.
It's interesting. When I walked in the room, both my boys grew up in Niagara Falls, and one of them is still here. When I walked in the room, I saw this sign, and I went, I remember them. Laurie Albanese, a lot of you who you probably know Laurie. I've done a lot of work in the city of Niagara Falls, a lot of events, doing some decorating for the McMain opening, things like that. So when I saw that, the Youth Advisory Committee was sort of just starting. So when I saw it, I went, oh, okay, interesting. Anyway, let me get to the point. We're not here to ask you to change a bylaw regarding plastic water bottles. What we're doing is we want to introduce a water bottle which is unique to the world, which is 100% completely biodegradable. Now, I'm going to ask everybody a question here. Does anybody know how long it takes a regular water bottle to degrade? Anybody? And this is 500 to 1,000 years. So just think about that for a minute. And Tony brought something to my attention just before I came up here, and he was talking about his blue boxes in the arena and how people are bringing in bottles of Coke and bottled water, all sorts of different things. And he reminded me that a lot of that ends up in the landfill.
If I could just get you to be at the microphone there.
Yep,
Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Sorry.
Stephen. Yeah.
Anyway, we're here to introduce this bottle. It is 100% biodegradable. It degrades in ideal conditions at 250 days into absolutely nothing. Under other adverse conditions, it can take anywhere from 1 to 4 years. In good conditions, under other adverse conditions, maximum 15 years. Once it is opened, it will degrade. It'll degrade sitting on top of a desk. It'll degrade sitting in a landfill. We encourage recycling of the product naturally, okay? It is a 100% virgin plastic bottle. It is an artesian water. It is a premium water. It's from Chilliwack. It's 100% Canadian, but we've managed to infiltrate a number of markets across the country, across the United States. It's the official water of the Calgary Flames, California Angels, Oakland A's, and you'll see in some of the brochures, sorry I don't have enough for everybody, but it is on the move because of its environmental nature. Okay. You probably have some questions. I know we had a preliminary discussion regarding the bottle. Victor, thank you for chairing that meeting. I appreciate it. The whole reason we're here is that Tony is looking to provide a bottled water for the people who come into the arena. And I understand it's a brand new center, 4 complex, and from the best of my understanding, there are teams coming in and looking for water, and they're not able to get it because of the situation with the plastic bottle. So we are bringing this to you as an opportunity to work around that bylaw. We have all the scientific information to back it up. I'm not a scientist, but I'm more than happy to disclose as much information as I don't know right now, if you have any questions. And anything further, I can certainly direct all sorts of information, scientific data, technical information regarding how the process works, so that we can answer your questions.
Is there any questions for Mr. Wedrington from anybody on council? No? Yeah. Of staff? Sure.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess through you to Mrs. Moldenhauer. My question would be, is bottled water being sold currently at any city facility? And if so, in what type of containers?
Through to the chair. At the present time, the only facility that we are selling water is at the McBain Community Center, and the reason we're selling water there in a plastic bottle is we do have a lease that is up in 2015, so that is the only city facility that we are selling water currently at. I have received information that I believe there is water being sold, Friend of Tony can correct me, also at the Gale Center in a glass bottle.
Correct.
That I just recently found out about, so staff does have to review that, but that's the other place that water is currently being sold at, but we will be reviewing that. At our outdoor facilities, we're not selling water in a single-use plastic container. They are selling water in a reusable container. So with the water being sold in the reusable container, this allows the spectators, the participants, to take the reusable bottle up to get a refill, so we're not using the single-use plastic bottles.
Good, Councillor?
It is, I guess. Just as a follow-up question, I mean, would the city have any type of concerns over liability of, I guess, a glass bottle being dispensed? I mean, I can't forget what happened in the NFL a few years ago when the refs actually called the game and sent everyone off the field because it was being used as projectiles. So, I mean, I think somewhere along the way, staff have to make these type of considerations, and you know, maybe a report that that sort of addresses the issue and what they've brought forward might be better than what we have, because I think right now the report just sort of reiterates what the bylaw is. So, I don't know. Those are just my concerns.
Okay, correct. When we wrote the report, we were not aware about the glass bottles. So definitely with the glass bottles, we do have to review, and safety is an important part of that review as well.
Okay. So if there's no other questions or comments at this point, I guess we will bring up our next group. We can bring up the Mayor's Youth Advisory. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
No, thank you all very much. I appreciate it very much. And again, I'm going to leave this here. I know it's not allowed in here, but it is for you to try and take home. Okay?
And you may want to stick around
Yes.
in case there's any follow-up comments or
Yep.
questions required.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Fern. Okay. Okay, so I understand we've got Andrea and Connor here representing the Mayor's Youth Advisory. Do you have the rest of the Mayor's Youth Advisory with you here today?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, if everybody could just raise their hand.
Okay, that's good. Mayor's Youth, welcome. Welcome. Yep.
Right, thank you, Your Worship and Council members. As you said, my name is Connor Bitter.
And my name is Andrea Worster. Together we are the co-chairs of this year's Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Today we are here to give the youth a voice regarding the previously passed bylaw regarding plastic bottles. As you already know, the initiative to have single-use plastic bottles of all kinds removed from the city facilities was spearheaded by the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee and Park in the City 2 years ago.
We are here to reiterate the youth's support for this initiative in full. The youth of Niagara Falls have expressed to us their commitment to improving the environment, and this bylaw was, and still is, a key byproduct of this movement. We are here to talk specifically about single-use plastic water bottles and whether or not a biodegradable water bottle should be exempt from this bylaw. But first, we would like to share some facts about all PET water bottles, including this bottle that Mike has researched.
Most, if not all, PET bottles, if tested, contain amounts of chemicals that can mimic estrogen in the bloodstream. These chemicals leach from the PET bottles into the water after being in warmer environments, such as being shipped across the country. These chemicals may have similar effects to that of bisphenol A, which was listed as a toxic substance by Health Canada in 2010.
As estimated by the Pacific Institute and other organizations, 3 times as much water is used in the production of a PET bottle, such as this one, as is used to fill it with actual water. And every ton of PET plastic that is created, 3 tons of carbon is the byproduct.
For these reasons, along with many others, we do believe plastic water bottles are a detriment to our environment and, in turn, our society. There are many alternatives to bottled water, which are accessible in our city's facilities. One of these alternatives is our city's fresh tap water supply. Some common misconceptions about tap water are that it is not as clean as bottled water and that it does not go through the same testing. Some standout facts about this great alternative.
Bottled water doesn't contain fluoride normally, as tap water does. In turn, it has been estimated by many scientists that tooth decay rates in those that frequently drink bottled water over tap water are considerably higher. Bottled water may not go through the same testing or meet the same standards as tap water. According to some standards of the FDA in the United States, bottled water may contain some amounts of radioactive materials, bacteria, toxins, poisons, and fertilizers. Some examples of these are E. coli, copper, manganese, arsenic, cyanide, and styrene.
So, as you can see, there are many downsides to the actual water in our single-use bottles. But we are here to discuss a bio bottle brought to us by Red Leaf. As stated on Red Leaf's website, Red Leaf's bio bottles are made of the exact same material as non-biodegradable bottles, recyclable, number 1, PET plastic with the addition of an organic compound. This would mean that all of the previous statements made about bottled water are still true. This bottle does not alleviate the concern of leach chemicals into our water, nor does it eliminate the problem of large carbon footprint that creating the bottle has.
It should also be noted that the degradation of oil-based products, such as these PET bottles, may release stored carbon as carbon dioxide. This happens when the carbon within is exposed to the air and oxidizes, thus releasing the carbon into the atmosphere in the form of a greenhouse gas. This, in addition to the greenhouse gases released into the atmosphere during the production of the bottles, there are alternatives that we see as better than allowing an exception or a workaround to this bylaw. We already mentioned a couple, but there are many more.
An initiative that many schools in Niagara Falls have taken up is the installation of our hydration stations. These stations provide filtered, chilled tap water in a downward stream, making it possible to efficiently fill up our reusable water bottles. Students have expressed not only their excitement about these devices, but their gratitude to administrators for listening to some of the youth's concerns about the environment. We are hoping today that you can do the same.
At the last meeting, MIAC passed the following motion.
That the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee remain committed to the elimination of the sale of beverages in single-use bottles. Further, that the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, in cooperation with the Park and the City Committee, develop strategies to improve public awareness and promotion of alternative to single-use plastic bottles.
We are asking for your support in this matter and to keep the youth voice heard within the city. On behalf of the Mayor Supervisor Committee, we'd like to thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you and all parties on this matter.
Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, before you run away, we've got some questions. Councillor Gates.
Actually, I don't have any questions. I just want to congratulate you on your presentation. This is our future, and I'll tell you, we're in good hands when you hear young people like this come here with the facts. And on behalf of myself and I'm sure the rest of the council, I'd like to thank you for doing your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Peter Angelo and then Councillor Morocco.
Your Worship, I just wanted to thank the two young students as well for coming down and making a presentation and to talk a little bit about the hydration stations. I know we have one in our school, and the amount of bottles that it's saved so far is in the thousands, and I believe we're at 8,000 and something. So it's always a good thing to have, and it could be useful in the Gale Center as well.
Thank you. Councillor Morocco.
Well, I'll just echo those words, too. I think they've done a great presentation, and you've done your homework and your research, so that's great. But I do have a couple questions to ask. The purple container that you have, what is that made of?
Connor, he's the scientist.
I don't think we actually came prepared for this.
It's just my bottle. But it's really neat, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
You made a fashion statement.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
It's a biodegradable as well,
It's reusable.
reusable.
So this can
And then is this landfill when you don't want it? You just kind of, what do you do with it?
well, personally, I would use it for crafts. Connor?
I guess if it were to be thrown away, it would be yes. I know, for example, these stainless steel water bottles, I have read somewhere that they can be recycled, but they do last a considerable amount of time. On our slideshow we showed they can last up to 10 years. As opposed to a bottle, which could last roughly an hour.
So basically, when you throw out your tin and you throw out the other plastic container, you've got a problem in the landfill still. Do you even think that, I think that the bylaw is good on, holding up to these other plastic bottles, which I have one in my bag because I'm big on carrying my own, and I don't like those because of germs and passing diseases. But anyway, I'm interested in a biodegradable, and I think it's a great opportunity that it's a lot better than having glass, which I'm sitting here thinking, we've got glass bottles in our arena. I'm just like, that's a huge safety issue. So as far as glass opposed to plastic, and I have to say, biodegradable, I have to say that I would like to look at the fact that we actually have an opportunity to see how this goes, this biodegradable bottle, and get rid of the glass bottles and just give it a trial run if that's a possibility. But I guess maybe there's a few more questions now as to what you have said to your bottles and that you've commented and what the gentlemen have presented in saying how long it takes to break down, because there seems to be a little difference of opinion here on the breakdown of these bottles. So maybe with that being said, I think that we really have to address the fact that glass is probably not one of the safest products to have in an arena with kids in sports. So I think we really have to take a look at that and some alternative, because people do want to buy a bottle. I'm not drinking from the fountain. I don't know that anybody else that wants to drink from a water fountain, so we have to be careful about health reasons as well. That's my comments, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you're ready, I'll make the time to move the recommendation. If I'm not mistaken, I moved it the first time around, and I have no problem moving it again to reconfirm our decision from the first time. But the gentleman who spoke made a comment that I think we need to have cleared up. He said that the majority of water bottles at the arena end up in the landfill. If you remember, that was a comment he made. Are we not recycling at the Gale Center? Because we should be having little to no bottles end up at the landfill. We should be putting them all in the recycling. So maybe we can have a staff member comment to that, because that was what alerted me.
Okay, actually we've got Mr. Sturpey here that manages the food and beverage. Did you want to come to the mic and maybe address that question? What happens to all those bottles?
As you know, we have the bylaw, but anybody can bring a bottle in the building. People come with cases and cases of bottled water. They all end up in the garbage can. There is zero recycling at the Gale Center right now. Zero. We have blue and gray bins inside, but they all end up in the garbage outside. We do not have a cardboard bin. We do not have blue recycling bins on the sidewalks as they're supposed to be.
Okay.
Zero recycling.
Okay.
That's why we're offering this will end up in the landfill, at least biodegraded, where nothing's being done right now.
Maybe
We had
we-
the Canadian juniors come last year with 35 cases of water. Last December, all 35 cases ended up in the garbage, ended up in our landfill.
Okay, you know, we're going to just get some clarification from staff, if we could. Ms. Moldenhauer, if you could just maybe comment on this.
Yes, and at the Gales Center is all of our recreation indoor and outdoor facilities. We do have recycling containers, and we do encourage people, of course, to use them. I know not everybody does recycle, and I know even industry standards with plastic bottles, they'll tell you that approximately 25% of the bottles that are used are recycled, and the others do go to the landfill, but we do have recycling units at the Gales Center.
How about in the change rooms? Do we have recycling bins in the change rooms? I would think.
Correct. We do have them in the change rooms and throughout the facility.
Okay.
Nothing is being recycled. It all goes in the dumpster. It goes in the blue and gray bins that's inside the building. The guys pick it up. It goes outside in the 3 recycling bins in the front of the building. There is no cardboard bin and there's no blue bins. It all goes in the truck, the same truck picks up every single week. And that goes to our landfill.
Okay. Councillor Iannone?
Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, I emailed in concerns from residents to your to your email and to senior staff's email probably 4 months ago because somebody was telling us the same thing, if you remember. They actually posted it on a number of our political Facebook pages. So, if in fact that's true, we really got to stop that. Because it kind of makes us hypocrites, doesn't it, as we're encouraging people to recycle. Why do we not have big blue bins? And on that point, why aren't our garbage bags see-through so when our staff are pulling them out...
So they are. They are.
So our staff are not recycling them?
No.
Well, I guess that's an issue that our CAO
But
will
if
have
people
to
are
do.
allowed to bring whatever they want into the building, how is that going to stop anything? If they're allowed to bring as much water as they want into that building, it's not being policed.
Okay, my kids put things in a blue box. I put things in a blue box. I know when I'm throwing stuff out at any public place, I'm using the recycling.
Yeah.
So if it's simply education, we can do that. But if those aren't there and our staff is throwing them in the garbage bins, there's a problem with that. And that's not the first person to tell us that. We've had a number of mums email both of us and say the same things. So how do we fix it?
Okay. That's probably a good thing. Maybe we can refer this back to staff and have them look into it and get back to us on that, because we definitely don't want to miss an opportunity like this. Got Councillor Peter Angelo?
Your Worship, I was just going to say that it probably would be prudent to refer it back to staff. I think that there's a number of concerns. I know, like you, I'm in the arena every single weekend, and I've spoken to Mr. Sturpey, and I mean, you know, from his comments, it would seem that we're half pregnant on the issue, and you know, maybe he can talk to it about it more. But I mean, I know he was telling me that he books birthday parties, and then people say, okay, I need a case of water with this, and he says, can't give you a case of water because I'm not allowed to sell it. And so what ends up happening? They end up bringing in a case of water. So at the end of the day, it's tough to determine exactly what we're doing there. So, and maybe he can speak to it, I don't know.
I just think the only thing this bylaw is doing is hurting a small business owner. It's not environmentally friendly bylaw.
Okay. Is there any other councillors that wanted to address the recommendation or the proposal or one of the presentations? Because next I've got to bring up Park in the City. So if we don't have any, and do I have a speaker? Frank, are you going to be okay? Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we do this right now? So we agree that we seem to have a challenge because anyone from the community brings in water bottles, and they may not all be getting, looks like they're not all being recycled the way they should be, so we definitely have an issue we need to address. In the meantime, we have a proposal, that's tonight's about addressing this proposal. So so I'd say thank you very much to Andrea and to Connor for your presentation. Well done, not too shy. But yeah. I'd also like to point out that they both received youth awards at the Optimist last week. Connor was up there twice, and Andrea as well received recognition as well. So they're not just Park in the City. They're not just Mayor's Youth Advisory. They're also very active in the community. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. And the next up, we have a representative from Park in the City. I understand we're going to have Frank Fork come up here. Welcome, Frank.
Thank you.
But is there water in there is the question.
There is.
Or something else.
I wish there was something else. Mayor Diodati and members of the City Council, the question before us is, should City Council reconsider its ban on the sale of non-recyclable plastic beverage containers at city-owned facilities? And I think it's a good question for us to revisit, because I think from the presentations we've had already, it shows that perhaps the bylaw isn't working as well as we meant it to. And so this is an opportunity to get more information out to the public so that they understand the reason why we did this in the first place and why it continues to be a good thing to do. So first of all, just a couple of points about the original case for the ban, some of which the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee have already mentioned. First of all, the large number of bottles, as we've just been hearing, that end up at landfills or littering our streets. And part of this ban is to set an example to the rest of the community. Secondly, the cost not only of landfill, but also the cost of recycling the bottles. First of all, the energy cost of driving trucks around and picking up the recycling. So always reduce, reuse, recycle. Recycle is the third of the 3 R's, and reduce is the first. And that's the most environmentally beneficial thing that we can do, is to reduce. And that's what we were attempting to do when we first asked for this bylaw. Secondly, the problem that hasn't been mentioned yet of downcycling. And what downcycling is that when you recycle a product, you can only recycle it so often. And they're starting with virgin plastic in the beginning, and they continue to use that because to use recycled plastic, it eventually degrades each time that you recycle it. So there's a downcycling process, so the plastic eventually is going to end up in landfills, regardless of how many, of whether you recycle it or not. That isn't true of aluminum. Aluminum cans can be recycled over and over and again, and they don't downcycle or degrade the way plastic does. Thirdly, we want to emphasize the high quality of our local municipal drinking water supply, which our tax dollars support. That was the third reason for our particular motion. So it was to set an example to the local community that the delivery of drinking water in bottles may be convenient, but it is not environmentally responsible, nor is it economical. And to get this message out to the public. Just a couple of things about national trends, what's happening in the country as a whole. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities endorsed banning of bottled water where there is adequate access to tap water, and certainly in the Gale Centre there is. Many other Canadian municipalities have acted in a similar fashion to Niagara Falls, although Niagara Falls went further by banning all beverages in non-reusable plastic bottles. In this respect, Niagara Falls could be viewed as an environmental leader. A number of school boards, as we've heard already, and churches have banned bottled water or are phasing out its use. For example, we've seen some where the refilling stations have been put in the schools, but also the Ontario Catholic Youth Leadership Conference, which was held in Niagara Falls last year, was completely bottled water free. And this was, again, the youth showing leadership and showing an example to the community. Other large social gatherings have reduced their waste by phasing out bottled water and providing water in reusable containers from bulk water sources instead. For example, the Mariposa Folk Festival in Aurelia used to have thousands of bottles that used to go, tens of thousands of bottles that used to go into landfill or into recycling, but they all had to be picked up. And it was a huge job for the volunteer staff at that particular folk festival. They completely eliminated the use of plastic bottles, and they sell stainless steel bottles there, and they have a refilling truck in order to refill the bottles at the site. So those are just a few national trends. And just in terms of our local community, vendors at the baseball and soccer parks have successfully transitioned from selling water in non-reusable water bottles. And there were some challenges with that, but they found ways to do it. The Gale Centre was equipped, as we heard, with water fountains and water fill stations to meet the water needs of the athletes and spectators. It's just a matter of getting people to use them. We've put them in. We've spent the money in putting them in. We've got to get people to use them. So, reasons to reconsider the ban. Why would we reconsider this? Well, we heard, and part of the city committee heard two reasons. One was that not everyone is aware of the ban, and they become frustrated when they go to buy bottled water and they can't. They aren't aware of the ban. Well, the response to that is we have to do a better job. Better advertising needs to be done to ensure that the public is aware. And I think this meeting tonight, this council meeting, is an opportunity to get that message out. Out-of-town teams need to be informed that public water is readily available and suggest reusable containers be brought with the team, or that they can be purchased on site, rather than have cases of bottled water being brought in with teams from outside. Try to get the message out that we're allowing it, but we're not encouraging it. So, as I said, this has been successfully done at the soccer and baseball venues. The second argument that's being made is that this is a new type of plastic that has been developed, which is more ecologically friendly. I would respond to that by saying, really, this is a form of greenwashing, where you make an environmental statement in order to ease one's conscience, but it's really not environmentally better. And to give an example of this, in California, the Attorney General's office filed a lawsuit in October of this year against 2 bottled water companies in the United States and their bottled supplier, which is called Enzo Plastics, and charged that their environmental claims are false and misleading customers, as well as violating state law. Now, this is in the United States, and it's a different company. But I would argue that there are some similarities in the 2 cases. The bottled water being considered for the RENA, Red Leaf, makes similar claims to those mentioned in California. They are advertised as being guilt-free on their website. They say it's guilt-free because they eventually biodegrade in the environment. This will only lead consumers to a false sense that it is okay to throw away the bottles because they're going to degrade anyway. And all this is going to do is contribute to even more bottles in the landfill, not less. The second thing is the company claims that the process of biodegradation, as we've heard, can take between 1 and 15 years on average, depending on the environment. The byproducts would be natural humus and gases. What gases? Well, in aerobic decomposition will be carbon dioxide, but in the anaerobic environment of a landfill, it would be methane. And methane is the most potent of all the greenhouse gases contributing to global warming. And in fact, one of the major things with global warming today is that methane in particular is increasing in quantity in our atmosphere. And it's largely from sources such as landfills. The source of the water bottled by Red Leaf, as we've heard, is coming from British Columbia, Canadian source. But in addressing the environmental cost of a product, the distance that the product must travel and the energy needed to transport it must also be considered. With the trend towards local foods and the 100-mile diet as ways to reduce greenhouse gases, sourcing bottled water from British Columbia is the opposite direction that we should be moving. So the bottom line is that the most environmentally friendly and cost-effective way to provide drinking water continues to be tap water from a properly maintained municipal infrastructure. The system here in the Niagara region continues to be among the best in the world. We should be proud of that system, and we should promote it. Therefore, the Park and the City Committee remains committed to the elimination of the sale of beverages in single-use plastic bottles. We support the recommendations in the council report submitted by the Recreation Culture Department. And I said this is a great opportunity. I really welcome the opportunity to restate those objectives of the bylaw. We have some work to do, and we look to the leadership of council to continue to support environmental measures such as this one.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I now look for questions and comments from council. We've got Councillor Iononi and Councillor Thompson.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, why don't we work from a motion? I would move recommendation 1 and 2, and I would add a third, that staff bring back a report in regards to the recycling efforts that are taking place at the Gale Center and what we're doing to tightening them up. Because if a gentleman who's there every day is telling us he's watching them go into the garbage cans, I think we need to clear that up.
Okay, we got a motion by Councillor Ioannoni. Do we have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Gates. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I'd like the first presenters to come back and respond to
Sure.
some of the comments that have been made here. You made some comments about ENSO.
Yeah.
You haven't got the brochure that we have here, and ENSO is the United States product, the same product as we have here. Is that right?
I can't confirm that. I don't know whether it's exactly the same.
We have it in your brochure.
Yeah,
That's the ENSO. Is that not the same product that you have?
I didn't hear a name mentioned. Did you mention ENSO?
ENSO.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Yes, it would be, absolutely.
Yeah. So what you're saying is totally contrary to what the other gentlemen are saying.
Well, certain claims were made of, I guess in California, and the California Attorney General questions those claims. And also on the grounds that this was a case of greenwashing, that it wasn't, in fact, they were sending a false message to the consumer.
Okay.
Can I ask where you got that information from in terms of the Attorney General in California?
I got it off the internet, and I got it from Polaris Institute in Toronto.
Polaris Institute?
Yes.
That issue was brought forward to us with another potential customer. The folks at Red Leaf have refuted that lawsuit, so that's kind of our position on it.
This company would not even consider moving forward with this product if they felt that there was anything that would dissuade their product from being sold. They just would not move forward. There's absolutely no point.
Given the clear passion for this issue on a very global basis, I'm really not sure that any smart businessman in their right mind would actually put themselves in a position to be exposed. So, you know, we're trying to present a different option to the city, to the council, respectfully.
I just want to, sorry, Jim. Something that the Mayor's Youth Advisory Group mentioned, I just want to confirm. We use 1 per 1. So, for example, the industry standards with bottled water is they will waste 6 liters to make 1. Red Leaf does 1 liter of water from 1 liter of water.
So there's only 1 liter of waste for the 1 liter that's being produced.
1 liter of water goes in. So, and I encourage you, for those of you who have internet, YouTube, please look up the Red Leaf video. It will give you some description that will give you some insight, which will be helpful. A good presentation.
Could I ask Clark to just respond, because he knows a little bit about plastics than I do?
Well, the reason I asked you to get up there is because we're getting 2 separate messages.
Yes.
And I want to
Great.
make sure that we have some clarity. We have to make a decision here. It's obvious the way the decision is going at this point, but you know, we're always interested in looking at opportunities, not only having plastics in city facilities, but generally, if they're going to break down and if they're doing this in 4 years, maybe they can do it in less in the future. So it's a step forward that way, but we're discussing our own facilities this evening, and when you hear, you're talking about Red Leaf, because obviously it's in Canada, and then we hear the word, the company ENSO, and some derogatory comments about a court case. I think we should know the information.
Absolutely,
with
and I
respect to
encourage
that.
you to look at it, as Jim stated. I mean, it was refuted. Just please understand that we encourage recycling, number one, first and foremost. Right? We encourage recycling. But we all know that at some point in time, these bottles, some of them will end up, as Kathy stated, 25%, Kathy, I think you stated, end up in recycling, and the rest end up in the landfill. So what Red Leaf has done, they've tried to address this issue. And I guarantee that every single one of us in this room in the next 2 days would possibly maybe buy a bottle of water, or we have bottled water at home. It's just, it's where we are in the world right now. So I don't dispute the Mayor's Youth Advisory Group, and I encourage them to continue their work. We're offering an alternative resource so that we can alleviate the issue that has been at hand for years.
Could Clerk just...
Yeah, sure.
respond to-
Mr. Bitter, would you like to step up? Just before you do, I'm sorry, I've got Councillor Morocco, and then maybe we'll get you to come. Did you have a question, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor Theodati. I have to say, I fully support the fact that we would like to ban these other plastic bottles that take, I don't know how many years to break down. And it would be nice, though, to see something that breaks down in lesser time, if that's what we have to use as an alternative. I mean, you're just hearing the facts that all these bottles are being thrown out and there's no difference. Can you tell me how long does it take for this cup to break down as opposed to your bottle? There.
I can't answer that. Depends what it's made of. If it's post-recycled, if it's virgin material, it's going to be different recycle time.
It's still going to the garbage, and it's still got to break down. So it's about the time factor of breaking down.
That's a wax-coated cup.
Yes, it is.
That one cannot be recycled.
So there you see, we have them all across our desks here for us to use.
I actually noticed that when I walked in the room.
And that's my point. And, if I had the choice to use it, although I still bring my own plastic bottle in and out, because I refuse to drink from this, and I know that many of the councillors beside me refuse to drink from that as well.
So there's an
and
alternative.
I'm not going to drink from the fountain where I see kids trying to stick bubble gum and whatever there, and with all the diseases going. So, I'm taking my water bottle still.
On this cup here, actually, for someone who wants to advise, there's a paper container lined with polylactic acid that you should be using rather than a wax-coated one. That biodegrades in less than a year if it's in the top 3 feet of a landfill. Nothing degrades below 3 feet in a landfill. So any claims saying that anything will degrade below 3 feet in a landfill are wrong.
If you have comments, if you could address them this way.
Yeah. Many of you are aware of the products that I had in a former company that I had called PNC Compotech. You use them on your meals. And we even make the claims, even though our products were made out of bamboo and sugarcane, which obviously are biodegradable, we cannot even claim that they biodegrade below 3.5 feet in a landfill because they just don't get the oxygen needed. There's not the bacteria needed to biodegrade them. You'll find a hot dog below 3 feet, and it'll stay there for 20 years until they turn the soil. My biggest question with this bottle is I'm looking for third-party verification of the claims. When I did so, I looked at the Biodegradable Product Institute. That is it's the foremost authority on biodegradable products. We came across several test results of this product that did not meet the ASTM standards set by BPI, and I don't see any kind of certification on the bottle from any third party verifying the claims by the product manufacturer. This would be where I would go for sources of information on the product itself, is from third-party sources such as the Biodegradable Product Institute or Compost Canada, some form of testing by a third party that has verified the results that they say and have given them a stamp of approval on the product. Without that stamp of approval, it's unidentifiable, and the remarks are simply hearsay.
Well, fair enough. I mean, obviously, we've got different positions on what degree it biodegrades and whatnot, but ultimately the question tonight is going to come down to this product. This is what it's coming down to that we've got tonight. So are there any other comments or questions of any of the parties that are presented here by council before we call the vote on the motion? Councillor Gates?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Parks and the City for your presentation. Obviously, I sit on the Parks and as well. But I think the thing that really jumps out at me in your presentation, reduce, reuse, recycle, I think obviously that's a very important part of your presentation. But I think for us as a community and for a region, the thing that really jumps out at me is the fact that we're using city water. Our taxpayers are paying for it. Our water, quite frankly, we've all heard about Walkerton, we've heard about all the stuff that happened, but the water in the region is as good as there is anywhere in the country. So again, our tax dollars are being used to provide that water. We're supporting our community. We're supporting workers in our community by using bottled water. So I understand exactly what you're saying, but that part of your presentation really jumped out at me, and I congratulate you on coming forward and raising those issues on behalf of not only the committee but the citizens of Niagara Falls.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other comments before we... is there someone else? Did you want to ask Councillor someone else, one of the other groups? No? Okay, if there's no other... Yes?
I'd just like to refute the one comment about the third party. It's in the pamphlet that the folks have. So the latest test results being performed by Dr. Bill Ullman at Northeast Laboratories, Inc., using the ASTM D5511 conditions, which I believe you just referenced, show that Enzo bottles will biodegrade in 250 days. Dr. Bill Ullman has over 40 years' experience in testing and studying microbes. Northeast Laboratories, Inc. is accredited by the FDA, EPA, and the Department of Defense, and is also ISO certified. So that, to me, sounds like a third-party endorsement.
Was he hired by your company?
Correct.
So the independent people tests, the BPI test results that I forwarded to Councillor
If you
Maves.
direct your comments this way, please.
I forwarded the BPI test results to Councillor Maves and Councillor Peter Angelo a couple of days ago, and if they could share those with the rest of council when you... you should probably look at those before you form a decision. I don't want to speak on their behalf. I would like you to read them. They refute what he just said, and they're who we... The authorities that we went to get our product certified across the country, throughout North America, they're the ones looked to for that certification. And they have government agencies that test these results. And their test results showed that after the initial period, they degraded, I believe it was 4.5% over 30 days, or over the period of time, and the standard needed or required to meet BPI certification as being a biodegradable product. Now, there is a definition of what a biodegradable product is. It is not degraded by oxygen, light, or any other heat source. It is degraded strictly by biotics, by bacteria. So it needs the proper conditions in order to do it. There's two different types. There's aerobic and anaerobic digestion. These probably digest in an anaerobic digester at a very high rate. There's one facility that I know of in Canada using an anaerobic digester, and that's the City of Toronto. They had a tremendous difficulty with this. It's cost them a lot of money. We use open pit. Open pit in the conditions in Canada is quite different, as it's only available during the periods, well, it's probably still working now with the weather we have now, but normally October through March, there's not a lot of composting going on in our composting facilities. There is heat generated through it, but it's not at the same rates. When I looked at it, I didn't see, and I don't want to say without knowing, I don't see whether you were denied BPI certification or not. I know that the test results didn't perform to the standards of what they wanted. So the product does degrade. It does degrade with biotics. It does take an awful long time, and it doesn't do it within the time period for their standards and the industry standards of biodegradable according to environmental groups and ministers of environment and things along those lines. From my research, I could be wrong, but that was the research I found, and I encourage you to also look for that as well.
We could be back and forth all day long. I think what we do agree is they've definitely come a long way from where we were with the original plastic bottles, and maybe they're not as far as we'd like it to be, but it seems that that's a direction that we're going. It's getting better. We're getting better technologies and better systems of breaking down. But in the meantime, we have a decision to make on this bottle that we have before us. And I would just ask the council one last time if there's any other questions or comments before we call the vote.
What's the motion?
Staff's recommendation.
Now, if you want, we can split the motion, and we can call it the way it is. The way it is now, it's been recommended, moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Gates, recommendations 1 and 2, and with a third being that we have staff look at recycling at our centers to make sure that we're taking full advantage of it. It seems maybe we need to do a little bit of work there. Councillor Carriot?
That's fine, Your Worship, that's one issue. But what are we going to do to help our tenant? He's in a situation where the water's being brought in and being thrown in the landfill site. He can't sell plastic bottles, so I think that issue should be addressed after this one.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll ask Councillor Pietrangelo, then we'll see if we have some direction or some suggestions from staff on what we can do to help our tenant.
Your Worship, I agree with the recommendations that are in the report. I was also going to suggest, like Councillor Carriot, that something go back to staff with the group that we have here. I mean, I know every weekend that I walk in, I hold up my reusable bottle and I kind of smile at Tony, and it's a little, it's I guess a smirk that we have back and forth. But I mean, they have their challenges. I'm a big proponent of reusable bottles, but the fact of the matter is, I'm not really comfortable with them serving glass in our arena. I don't know how many of us are. I personally think that it's a liability for us waiting to happen. So at some point, I'd like to see them sit down with staff and come back to council with some type of report that addresses it.
Okay. Would you want that to be part of this motion, or do you want?
If the mover would so include it, then I would be more than happy to
Councilor
ask
Ioannoni?
for the friendly amendment.
So he's asking that staff, well, do you want to just say specifically what you'd want that motion to be, that fourth recommendation to be?
Your Worship, I just want staff to sit down with the proponents. I don't think they're in any different situation than any of the other, I guess, operators of the retail canteen space at any of our other city-owned facilities. So, but I know that these ones in general are pushing the issue, and now we have a glass bottle being served that I'm not too comfortable with.
And Councillor Carey, did you have any suggestions in direction to staff?
I don't know what they can do to work it out, but it's just not fair, Your Worship, that plastic bottles can be brought in. They've got a cantina there. They can't sell things, and people are pulling plastic bottles out of their hockey bags. It's not fair. So there's got to be something we can do to help them. The other thing is another amendment. I'd like to find out how much these rehydration stations are, because I, along with Councillor Morocco, will not drink out of a water fountain. I might want to take some water out of a rehydration station, but I'd like to have an idea how much they cost to see whether or not we would put them into our facilities as well.
Do we have any ideas on the cost of rehydration stations, our CAO?
Well, through Mr. Mayor, the Gale Center, for example, has several of those already located throughout the facility.
Not the style that I see in here.
Yes, sir.
Well, they're a style that
About the button that you just, like the ones that are in the change rooms?
With no drain underneath?
these are push bottle ones that you bring your own refillable bottle, and there. I don't know how many at the Gale Center, but there's several throughout.
Oh.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I know the one that we installed in our school is a few thousand. They're very nice, they're user-friendly, they actually draw people towards them. The ones that we have in the Gale Center, I'm not too crazy about them. It's like a little faucet, and you push the button. There's absolutely no drain underneath, so you have kids that are just pressing the button and the water's going on the floor, and it really doesn't drain anywhere. I don't think they're that great.
Councillor Thompson?
How much did we spend there?
Up to 40. First of all, I think I don't have any problem with continuing on and supporting the bylaw, but I think this whole issue has to be referred to staff to report back. I would like to have some clarification on some of the comments that have been made, on the accuracy of the comments, and see if there are some alternatives in the future to see, and also to respond to the non-recycling of the bottles that are being brought into the arena, and what we can do to help out the tenant. I think those are all questions we've been asking. Let's refer it all to staff. I have no problem with Councillor Iannoni's motion, but let's get a report back, and hopefully these people can have some dialogue and discussion and see where they agree and where they don't agree, and we can be informed. Because right now, I'm totally confused on all of the information that I've received.
Councillor Iannoni?
Thank you. I have no problem with any of the amendments. That does not mean I will vote for these bottles to go back in an arena at another time. I think we made a progressive, proactive statement when we worked with our park in the city, we worked with our mayor's youth advisory, we listened to the outside stakeholders. That's how that vote came in the first place. But I will say what troubles me even more now, and I'd like to add another thing to my motion, is that we take a look at the water fountains that don't work at the Gale Center and do not allow people to fill in the bottles. Because you've got counselors now telling us that. Do we have staff out there that work? Like, do they know? Do they know that they don't work? Vincent. So if they're not working and people are telling them, maybe that needs to come back and actually be fixed. It's hard pressed to push using a reusable bottle if our things don't work.
We're going to get the CAO to address this
one. With all due respect, the fountains are there, they're working. We have vandalism in any municipal building. Our staff is constantly trying to keep up with the vandalism in every one of our municipal facilities. And yes, from time to time, some of these water stations get vandalized by whoever that's in our buildings. And it's a constant fight. You think we have a problem with water bottle usage, we should probably do a report back on how much it costs on an annual basis to fix these kind of problems throughout our buildings because of vandalism that we have. So our staff is trying, and yes, from day to day there may be the odd station that's not working, but they are trying to keep up with it.
Councillor Carrier.
Just another comment, Your Worship. I know we all try to do a good thing by banning the plastic bottles from the facility, but the bylaw doesn't work. You just heard the gentleman get up there and say people are dragging bottles in by the box load and they're dumping them in our landfill site. So what we done is it's a great idea, but it doesn't work. So we have to refer it to staff to see if we can come back with something that does work, gets accomplished what we tried to set out to accomplish, and makes everyone happy. Because what we did put in doesn't work.
Okay, are you looking to support this motion or refer this? Are you looking to defer the whole thing? Pardon me? Okay, so if I got this straight here, let me just review this. We've got recommendations 1 and 2 that are in the proposal. 1, that we reaffirm our current position. 2, that staff work on public awareness. 3, that we address recycling in our facilities. That's not being done. 4, that glass containers be addressed, as well as strategies for our tenant, because it's obvious it's not working. You're right. And when I'm there with my son for hockey, the garbage is filled with plastic bottles, and obviously they're getting there somewhere. And then 4 is that we just do maybe an audit of our water stations just to make sure that, pardon me? That's 5. That, right. That they are all in working order so that we can, in the meantime, operate with the current situation status of our bylaw. All right, is there any questions to the 5-point recommendation that will be going back to staff? And I guess we're asking as well, a 6th thing, I guess it'd be a report back on maybe comparing the data that we had. Maybe we can get a little bit of an independent observation on some of the data and some solutions dealing with. We've got a little bit of a dilemma going on. We banned it by the vendor, but people are bringing it in. So it hasn't stopped it, it's just changed it. So a bit of a trouble. Yes, Councillor Iannone.
We specifically did not ban people bringing it in. The ban was the sale of plastic beverages out of city properties. I think I clearly said that night, I'm going to continue to buy bottled water and bring my own. I know I said that night. So I'm pretty certain I did. And you know what? You got people walking in with the 4 trays of Tim Hortons every time you walk into an arena to a place where your facility sells coffee. So, I mean, short of addressing everything that would hit a vendor in an arena, I mean, parents are bringing their own things in anyway. We all pack our own granola bars, our own drink boxes, our own all of those things. That happens. So, just be clear, it wasn't we were banning people bringing things into the arena. We banned the sale of those items from municipal facilities.
Right. The point was that the reason we banned it was to try to divert it from our landfills and whatnot. We're saying that's not necessarily happening. It's certainly educating the public. I'll tell you, that's a big topic around the water cooler. So, all right, we've got the, yeah, bad one, I know. All right, we've got the motion with its 5 parts. So let's call the vote. All those in favor? With 6 parts. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for presenting, and thank you for everyone for being here. And now we'll look to staff to come back to us with some suggestions. So the monkey's on your back. Thank you.
Give one away in here. I won't drink it.
What? It's kind of read your Teresa, thank you, Teresa. We'll just give the bottled water people a chance to clear out before we get on to our next topic.
Okay, I'm doing a taste test. Taste test. Where did my lid go?
Alex, we did mention it for shampoo. We get cyanide blood toothpaste.
Yeah, I believe that. Can you get some control in here?
All right, are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to start the next segment. We're going to deal with transit issues. Yes, here we go. Well, our clerk pointed out that if we don't get started, by the time we start, these bottles are going to start biodegrading, so we better get going. I give credit to the clerk. That was his. All right, I now ask the clerk to introduce the next item on tonight's agenda.
Your Worship, a meeting is now being convened to consider a revised routing and scheduling structure for Niagara Transit. This is being treated as a public meeting in the sense that we didn't require anyone to pre-register to speak at tonight's meeting. So later in the proceedings, the mayor will open it up to the gallery for people to come forward. I sent an email earlier today to council. I'll just reiterate that in the actual recommendation report there was a mistake in the second recommendation. The words "be approved" were in that recommendation. They shouldn't have been. So I'm just going to reiterate what that recommendation says, and that's that the capital and operating budgets required for implementation of the revised routes and schedules for 2012 as outlined in this report and the financial implications related to increase the service levels to 30 minutes be referred to the 2012 operating and capital budget deliberations for consideration of the committee's 5-year implementation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Arafita. Next, I'd ask Councillor Iannone, Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee, to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have probably 50 or 60 people here from Paddock Trail. Can I see a show of hands? Just so that we can deal with the Paddock Trail item in the first place, I would like them to know that due to the concerns and the communications received from the Paddock Trail people, Paddock Trail will not be the new reroute, and the routing will stay on Kaler Road as it was prior to the recommendations coming before you. So there is a map in here that shows it on there. That will be revised, but I'm going to make a motion that the Paddock Trail be removed from the proposed plan and that it stay on Kaler Road to keep to the concerns of the residents.
Okay, we'll deal with that first. We've got a motion by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Are there any comments from, yes, Councillor Gates?
Well, first of all, obviously you can tell by the number of people here from Paddock Trail. I guess what I'm concerned about is, and I wasn't part of the ad hoc committee, but I did happen to attend a meeting a few months ago where a number of the same residents that are here tonight were at that meeting. And I believe that they were very clear at that meeting that we had with the citizens at that meeting, that the residents were very clear that they didn't want this going down Paddock Trail months ago, and how it ended up on the us getting this this week as being, I think it's Route 5 on this proposal, and now here we are now putting a motion for it to take it back out when it should never have been in the first place. I think that's probably what my real concern would be. When you take a look at what's transpired over the last couple of days, and quite frankly, I really enjoy the emails that I get from the residents and the phone calls, but obviously this group did that this weekend. They had meetings, they sent emails out to councillors, they phoned councillors. If we just would have listened to them in the first place, we wouldn't have had to go through what we've gone through over the last few days. So I think what we need to do when we do these things is maybe we could do them a little better. rather than do it through this particular process, because I don't think it's fair to my fellow councillors, quite frankly, and I don't believe it's fair to the residents of Niagara Falls to have to call meetings on a Sunday afternoon, disrupt their family lives, when they were very clear at the meetings that I attended, to not only the committee but also to Mr. Dren, that they did not want this going down their street. I don't see any reason why it should have ever went down their street, and that's only my saying. I was very clear about that for the last couple of months. So I think in the future that maybe we should have some of this dialogue and debate before it ends up in this type of report, so that all the councillors can have some kind of input into the final drafting of this, because I just think that it wasn't fair to the residents of this particular area. But I do congratulate the residents for standing up for what they think is right. So thanks very much.
Is there any other comments of council on the motion before we call the vote?
No, call the vote and then I'll speak.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Now, yep, just one second. Now, so that deals with the Paddock Trail. So if there's anybody here for the Paddock Trail event only, and that was your only concern, you can head out. I know you'd probably want to hang around. It's an exciting place to be. But if you want, by all means, I mean, this is a good chance. So maybe we'll just take a minute just to give them a chance.
You're welcome. Can I just to Councillor Gates' points, can I just explain something before you leave, just to Councillor Gates' points? I chair a committee, and for the people that I spoke to last night, does not mean I dictate to the 15, 20 people that sat around the table. To the gentleman I spoke to last night, and to the people I emailed back to today, it is coming out because of concerns of the Paddock Trail people, not because it will make the route better. And the whole purpose was to make the rerouting better, but to really try to respect that there had to be a happy compromise. The happy compromise does not make the rerouting better, but it makes your lives better. So when Councillor Gates stands up and does that, I don't want you to think we ignored you at a public meeting, but we had terms of reference and a process to follow, and the process was to get it here. I did try to make, I don't make motions. We did try to have it alleviated so that it would stay on Kaler Road. That was not the vote that took place at the meeting. Again, I don't dictate to the people that are sitting at the meeting. But over the last few days, and knowing politics as it was, that was not going to fly in this chamber. You know it, I know it, we all knew it with the efforts that were put forward this weekend. So no disrespect to the residents. We didn't call you out here just to yank your chain, as it sounds. We really did follow an open, transparent public process. And yes, you can come to a public meeting, and yes, you can give your opinion there, but it still has to come here because it had to be done in a public forum. So I apologize if you think we jerked your chain around. Thank you. We didn't. This committee has worked really hard to make it a better transportation system. It was an uphill battle all the way, and if you feel that we have jerked you around, we apologize. That was never the intent. But we followed a process, and that was from public meeting to here. So I didn't want to grandstand also, but I just wanted you to understand it was never meant to do that.
To the residents, thank you for taking the time out of your day. We're just going to end this issue right now. Thank you very much we know that you're busy, and we know that you have better things to do, but thank you for coming out tonight. Yes, sir, you had a comment in the back? Yes?
When you say Paddock, can you please make sure it says Woodbine number 5 bus route?
It's Paddock, Preston, and Brookdale.
Yeah, that's it.
Because it does go down Brookdale, does go down Preston, and there's a couple other streets. When you said Paddock, I was a little concerned because I'm on Brookdale. If you said Woodbine number 5 bus route, I'd have no.
Is that the one we're talking about, just for clarity?
Yes.
So we're good.
Yeah, we were clear in the concerns that were raised in the public meeting.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your night. We'll just wait for 1 second, let them clear out. It's good Mormon here, too. Just only 2. Yeah? Does that mean yes? So what's...
Anyway,
No, just. Okay, we're going to get started. I would now ask, we can have everyone's attention. We're going to ask Dave Stewart, General Manager of Niagara Falls Transit. He's going to step up here and make a presentation. Welcome, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you very much. I was talking about water. I'm actually getting a little thirsty myself here. One moment.
Some chapstick there, too?
Lip balm. You don't endorse any.
Oh, yeah, lip balm, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Diodati, members of council, fellow staff, ladies and gentlemen, and certainly members of the Transit Routing Ad Hoc Advisory Committee, of which there are a few here this evening, many quite frankly, and are going to be speaking after the presentation. So we're looking forward to hear what they have to say and share their thoughts on public transit in our community. As General Manager of your public transportation system, it is truly a privilege to have the opportunity this evening to present on behalf of the Transit Routing Ad Hoc Advisory Committee and my staff the proposed transit plan, which will ensure that the service that we currently have continues to meet the needs of the busy residents of this community and their busy lives for many years to come. I'll begin by kind of explaining what the advisory committee's purpose was. And as council is all too well aware, this was approved, the committee of the council, in February of 2011. And in essence, it was created, and its mandate was to refine and elaborate on the route and scheduling findings of the Transit Strategic Business Plan and Ridership Growth Strategy Plan that was completed and presented to Council in March 2009. That was the one produced by the IBI group of consultants, and it was approved in principle in March of 2009. To ensure that it's really timely and current, the Transit Routing Ad Hoc Advisory Committee conducted extensive public outreach. And we want to make sure that all the comments from the community, all the residents were heard, and all this information was taken back in a transparent manner back to the committee through staff to make sure that whatever we designed to move forward would certainly meet the needs of the residents in every demographic, every sector of the community. The implementation plan, which you're going to see this evening, can commence as early as September of 2012, and it's a 5-year plan that can be phased in through to 2017. This slide indicates the composition of the committee, and as you're aware, it was chaired by Councilor Caroline Iannone, who has been a true champion for public transit, and we're very glad to have her in our corner. There was 22 people on the committee, and in addition to Carolyn, there was transit staff. We brought in members of our maintenance team, our operations team. Whatever discipline was required at that various meeting, we brought them in to help us out form the plan. We had people in city staff under Carl Dren's direction. We had people from transportation services. We had people from engineering. Again, we brought the disciplines in as we needed to get that expert opinion. We had transit bus operators. Who knows better than the people, our frontline staff, that serve our community every day. They do a fantastic job. I know there's many bus operators here this evening, and thank you very much for attending. We had members from the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, who you heard speak earlier, very well speaking, ladies and gentlemen, and they're here this evening to talk on this matter as well. Very engaging group. I was really impressed with them. They're very bright, and again, if they're our future, we're in good hands. We had members from the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee. We had 3 members there. Again, we talked about all the demographics and all the areas of the community that we serve. It was interesting to get their comments and viewpoints on things. So whether you're able-bodied or have less mobility issues or visual issues, they can bring these matters forward. And oftentimes, things that we take for granted, they're seeing a different slant on it. So it's very helpful to find out their opinion on public transportation and how it meets their needs. And we had members of the public at large. We had 4 interested residents who use our service quite often. Again, they know the service very well. They know what's working and what's not working. So from them, we're hearing the good, the bad, and oftentimes, unfortunately, the ugly. But that's just the nature of the beast that we have, and we have to improve it. And last but certainly not least, we had the 2 post-secondary groups represented. We had students from Niagara College's Student Administrative Council and members from Brock University Students' Union, who I believe are here this evening as well. Thank you. As I mentioned moments ago, staff conducted extensive public dialogue. Again, we wanted to ensure that all the information we could possibly compile to make sure that the IBI study was still relevant was brought forward. We started off with the Transit Routings Ad Hoc Advisory Committee meetings, of which there were 5, basically held from the beginning of April through the end of October. And these were open meetings. They were advertised on the website. Anybody can attend, and oftentimes people did. And with that group of 22 people and the other people that came in occasionally with their thoughts, we basically compiled this body of work that you'll see in the plan that's proposed this evening. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about our kickoff meeting, which was held early in March. It was on Sunday, March 6th, upstairs at the McBain Center. I'm sorry. And I remember because it was a very snowy morning in Sunday morning, which is a time when most of the transit people get together, because the other times of the week and the day, they're out providing the service, which is driving the buses. So we had roughly 75% of our staff there, and they were just asked to be there. There was no kind of compensation involved or anything like that, but that's about 45 out of 70 people that were there that evening, just to make sure that their thoughts were known. And again, sometimes it was painful to hear it all, but we cut right to the chase and captured all the information from that group. And it was good. And again, it forms the body of this work. We had a lot of surveys out there in the community. We conducted over 700 surveys. We gathered information on the Brock bus, the Brock Rapid bus, which again, we've been running since 1992, so we've got a long-standing relationship with the Brock University students. We did it on the Niagara College services, which go to the Glendale campus, as well as the Welland campus. We were out to capture the senior thoughts on our Foodland charter. Every other week we run a bus service to get seniors out to the grocery stores to shop. So we gathered information there. We gathered information through the website. So again, I'm trying to impress upon you, this was an exhaustive task that we had in a relatively short period of time. And again, we captured a lot of information. And finally, we had key stakeholder and public meetings. We had 5 of those as well from April through October, where we invited key members from the BIAs, from the school boards, the business sectors, whether it's hospitality or otherwise. We tried to catch all the information from these business leaders to say what works for them, what works for their staff. How do I get people to work? How do I get them home safely and conveniently and affordably? So again, it was an exhaustive process that was done in a relatively aggressive time frame, but we pulled together a lot of information. Here's just a couple of the quotes out of literally the hundreds and hundreds that we received that talk about the challenges that our community is facing with moving around and enjoying their community. The first one basically says that the 60-minute frequencies, the headways as we call them in the business, they're just poor. Again, you've heard me say before, in a community of this size, a 60-minute headway is really unheard of. It's just not anywhere near the level of our peer communities who have 30 minutes and even shorter time frames. They said it's not working for us. I have to leave too early, I get home too late. It just becomes an unattractive way for me to travel, and I'll find other means of getting from A to B. The second bullet essentially said that this is a unique community. This is a hospitality community. We have different hours. Businesses, or depending on the type of work you may have, you could start earlier in the morning. You certainly can work later in the evening due to the nature, again, of this community. And they're saying that oftentimes I can get to work, but I can't get home. We just need a greater span of service to make it work for me. Again, we only run certain level of service in the evening. We only have 4 buses out there in the evening currently, and the same thing on Sundays and holidays. So there are oftentimes that I can get there, but I can't get home. You don't have enough service out there on these off-peak times to meet our needs. So it becomes challenging for me to get to work, and if I have to pay a cab or own a private automobile, it becomes somewhat cost prohibitive. So we need to enhance those services. One of the points that came up time and time again was the last point, that the connections are poor. Again, if you've got a 60-minute headway and you miss a bus by 5 or 10 minutes, you could be waiting 50 or 55 minutes for the next bus. And depending where that may be in our community, that's not the most pleasant environment, especially if it's cold or inclement weather, and it's often not safe. You'll see later on, we don't have a lot of infrastructure out there that really is an incentive to use our service. Older shelters, fewer benches, old wooden concrete benches, not enough bus pads. It's just not an inviting place to be in the evening or in inclement weather. So further to the residents' comments, again, when that was all boiled down and brought into the purview of the committee, there's actually 2 slides here that was a direction from the stakeholders that we got back from all the dialogue. And the first one, you'll hear me say it time and time again, because it's the single most important thing we can do, and that's improve the headway frequencies to 30 minutes. Now, this doesn't have to be day and evening, and you'll see in the plan we don't bring it in all at once because we know that cost it can be daunting, but we need to improve the service to 30-minute headway, certainly in the peak times, which in our service right now is Monday to Saturday during the daytime. We have a Sunday holiday service, which can have a lesser frequency. They said, we want you to run consistent, direct routes. We currently have routes that are very circuitous, they're big loops. Oftentimes, as historically has happened, certain people want service in certain areas. So we've got routes that actually run on certain streets on one trip, and then the following trip, they'll run on different streets. It's confusing to us at times, let alone to what it has to be for the community. So you might have a service that runs on a street at 9 o'clock, again at 11 o'clock, and perhaps at 3 o'clock, just to provide some level of service to a certain portion of the city. So again, it's awkward to communicate to people, and it's certainly awkward to market to people. And oftentimes, first impressions are lasting impressions, and if we miss somebody and lose them because it didn't work for them on that day for an important appointment, medical appointment or something, they just don't come back to us. They're lost forever. It's very tough to win them back on that level of service. We need to better serve our major ridership generators. There's been a lot of infrastructure built in Niagara Falls in the last few years, a lot of it for the betterment of the community. You've got the McBain Center that's relatively new, the Gale Center, the Conference Center, the Boys and Girls Club, soon-to-be soccer club. There's just all this new infrastructure that's happening. You've got this whole area of Morrison and Dorchester that's going to evolve into something. Whatever it may be, it's going to be large. It's going to be a big traffic generator for us. So all this infrastructure is there, and they're saying you need to better serve that. Hospitality sector, again, I've said before, we don't have a Brock University for a major traffic generator, but what we do have is a massive hospitality sector that employs thousands and thousands of people, let alone the tens of thousands that travel into and out of those areas. We've got to do a better job of serving that area, and they recognize that all too well. The committee said you've got to enhance your marketing and communication. You know, we like the look of the buses, we like the ads that you're putting in the paper and the writer's guides, things, the print material that we have out there, but they're saying you're not communicating what you're doing very well. Whether it's information within the shelters, whether it's information that we're giving out over the website, you need to do a better job of communicating to the public just the services you offer, and when they're arriving and departing. They need to know that. That's a real core function that we need to do a better job at. As I mentioned earlier, improved transfer connections. We've got a lot of connectivity that happens within our system on the street. So you could be standing on, say, McLeod Road at Jill, and you have to make a connection there. Sometimes people are crossing 4 lanes of traffic in the evening and in inclement weather to make those connections. It's not safe, and it's not an incentive to ride. Whether you're young or old and you're being asked to do that, it's not a very good situation. So we have to improve our connectivity through better hubs, better infrastructure of those hubs to, again, encourage ridership and make it safer for our residents. And the committee said we like Transcab. We think it services low-density areas very well, and financially it's a prudent way to go. As you're well aware, we've got 2 areas in the city that we currently service with Transcabs. One is the area south of Niagara Square on Montrose, and the other area is Stanley South, where the business park is, then behind Marineland. The ridership there didn't really warrant, upon review, a route running through there continuously throughout the day. With the Transcab, we can provide service to those residents, get them into the infrastructure of the routes, and get them onto the buses to travel to wherever they need to go and back. It is a kind of a cost-effective way to provide service to residents in less dense areas, but it meets their needs. And as that ridership builds, the way we look at it is if there's more people that continue to use the Transcab and it reaches a critical mass where it costs the service more than it did to have a regular route there, we'll bring the regular route back. So we're not abandoning those individuals. We're providing them with another transportation option to feed into the route structure that we currently have. This is the second slide. Again, a lot of notions came forward from the stakeholders in the committee, and I have to bring those forward. I touched on this a few times already, but the amenities. Our current bus stops, very few have concrete pads. They're not accessible. There's grade issues there, grade separation. People have fallen. We've had, lawsuits brought before the committee from people falling and hurting themselves. The lighting is poor. There's very few shelters out there in the system. Our bus stop signs are old. There's various versions of signs out there. There just isn't a consistency to it. So we have to enhance the infrastructure. It's just not safe and comfortable and convenient. That second bullet, maintain 400 and 800 meter walking distances. What that means is, during the daytime when we have more service out there, we're saying that no resident should be more than 400 meters away from a bus stop. And that's currently what occurs. In the evening, where we have fewer services out there, the maximum distance we want anybody to walk to get to a bus stop is 800 meters. That's part of our service standards, and we're trying to maintain that. So again, to make it close and accessible for individuals. The third bullet, enhanced mobility for independence for our residents. We're currently up to about 75% with accessible buses in our fleet with the low floor ramps and 2 securement positions. That's all well and good, and we'll continue to buy those buses and hopefully be fully accessible as far as the buses go within about 2 years. The greater problem is what's out there in the infrastructure in our community. Again, uneven surfaces, no concrete pads, poor lighting, no curb cuts or tactile warning strips. An individual could be standing on the road and not even realize it because we haven't made the proper accommodation for someone with say a sight or a visual disability, things of that nature. We have to do a better job with all the infrastructure that we have out there, or it's just not a safe, comfortable environment to wait there. The committee said that you're not really doing a good enough job promoting the environmental and community benefits of public transit. As many of you know, one full bus can take about 40 cars off the road. We like to be seen as part of the solution and not part of the problem. We're here to help out the community. I mean, people want to see, certainly more green space and less parking lots. And if we can get more people, this is probably what Carl wants to hear, but if we can get more people out of their cars into the buses, you lessen the need for all that infrastructure in roadways and all the maintenance costs of the roadways, which, of course, as you know, don't generate any money, whereas we're getting about a 50% cost recovery on the buses. So they're saying, get that message out there, that you are something good for the community, not something that is this kind of abyss that just takes money out of the system. It's good for us all. And the last stakeholder direction point I'd like to bring forward is, you heard this a few weeks ago when the Transportation Master Plan was brought forward. We're trying to collectively move to a 3.2% modal split, which means that we want all the trips taken in this community to be taken on public transit. And currently we're at about 1.9%. We want to move that number up to 3.2%. And that, again, is in your Transportation Master Plan, and that's our goal as well, to get more people out of their cars and onto the buses. As I mentioned moments ago on the 400, 800 meter walking distance, that is part of our transit service standards. Most organizations have service standards that they try to adhere to. We're no different. Essentially, within transit, there's nationally recognized guidelines that we try to monitor and try to maintain. So if they go off the beaten path a little bit one way or the other, we try to bring them back in line and make sure that we adhere to those for the betterment of the system. As far as route coverage, we try to maintain route coverage in the city of Niagara Falls over 95% of the urban area. Again, if there's an area that's outlying, we can look at transcabs, different options to service those areas and provide them with service, but 95% of the urban area of the city we're trying to cover with our route structure. I alluded to moments ago the 400, 800 meter walking distance. Again, when we've got this 95% coverage in the daytime, 400 meters max. In the evening, weekends, holiday service, when it's a little less frequent, 800 meters max. Again, anything beyond that is just a total disincentive to ride, and people will find other options. These speedy cabs exist out there. They're gaining momentum all the time. We hear about it. It's not something we like to hear, but it's the nature of the beast. We're not meeting their needs. We're not filling that void, so they find other options. They can't afford a $30 cab ride. They'll find another way to make it happen. Headway frequencies, again, a guideline that we're trying to move toward, and I've said this many times, is a 30-minute service at the peak times of the day. Can't stress that enough. And last but not least, we're trying to maintain a revenue cost ratio, which means that 50% of what we take in from the fare box will cover the operating costs. And that's our objective. We're currently at that level right now. We realize that if there's infrastructure investment made, that it will fall below that. And then as the ridership gains, it should come back up to that level with increased ridership generating increased revenue. But again, with any new investment, we realize that RC ratio will probably fall a little bit. We've had a luxury in Niagara Falls for many years because, as many of you know who are on the commission, we've had all that public work that we did, that private work rather, from the out-of-town buses that has generated revenue. We're still doing GO Transit buses. We're still doing other buses that pull onto the ramp, and we generate some revenue from those additional services we provide in the maintenance area. So that has always buoyed the system. Unfortunately, many times it didn't go back into the system. So we've done a lot of things right in servicing private sector work and trying to generate revenue. I think where we've dropped the ball a little bit is putting the money back into our urban service, where really it is an economic engine for this community. So I'm turning the floor over to Bob Goody. He's our manager of operations over at Niagara Falls Transit, and he's going to give you a little more detail on actually what the routes are and what they're being proposed as. And you'll see that portion of Paddock Trail on here, but as Councilor Iannone intimated, it's not going to be part of Route 5 Woodbine moving forward. So, Bob, the floor is yours. I'll be back momentarily just to talk about some of the financial aspects of the plan as well.
Thank you, Dave. What you're looking at here is the entire new route structure that we are going to be promoting and seeking approval for. It is a little complex by looking at the entire route structure. So what I'm going to be doing is breaking down the 14 new routes on 6 smaller maps and walk you through each one of those. On the left, the map shows our very first contentious route, which is Route 5, running from, that's the dark blue route, running from the north end at Monastery, running down through Paddock Trail, which now we will move over to Kaler Road, run south on Kaler Road to Lundy's Lane, east along Lundy's Lane, down to the Falls View BIA, passing Main and Ferry. Main and Ferry is going to be one of our major hubs in the future. Who benefits from this will primarily be West Lane students and Stanford High School students, and those people that are living in the northwest area of the city who, in fact, would be working in the Fallsview area and in the visitor type of work. Secondly is Route 16. That's the yellow goldish color road up there, also running from Monastery and Montrose. It goes over east to the via Thoroldstone Road, up north to Royale Street and across. That, in fact, would be serving both St. Paul High School and Ann Meyer High School, and then it runs over to, back down to Thoroldstone Road, over to Stanley Avenue, serving the hospital after it crosses North Street and goes to the Main and Ferry major hub again. Now, just so you understand, each one of these routes will run in both directions. The objective here is under what we call Transit 101. Planning 101 is to, in fact, operate both directions on the same streets to eliminate those large circuitous routes that Dave had mentioned earlier that are existing in our system right now. And the last route is number 51. Number 51 also starts in the north end at Metro Plaza. Metro Plaza is also called Mount Carmel Plaza. It will be running straight down Montrose Road to Lundy's Lane, west over to Kaler Road, and in fact that will be serving West Lane High School directly. It goes south down through Kaler, across the new subdivision on McGarry, and to Garner Road. At the corner of Garner is a new Boys and Girls Club, so we'll be serving that directly. As it heads east across McLeod Road, St. Michael's High School is there. It will then go to the Gale Center, and then end of line will be at Niagara Square. And again, it will run the opposite direction, heading northbound, and return back via the same streets. The map on the right has Route 12, which will be running. That is the one that's the bluish color. It will run from the Zares Plaza up to Thoroldstone Road, across to Stanley Avenue, down Stanley to McRae, up 4th Avenue, and then it'll travel to the downtown bus terminal serving the downtown BIA. The other loop in the south end is Route 13. It also will run from the Zares Plaza across Morrison, head south down to Drummond Road and Lundy's Lane, where it will serve Stanford High School. It heads east across Ferry Street, Victoria Avenue, and north up to Silvertown, loops down to the downtown bus terminal, so we'll be serving downtown bus terminal. And again, when it returns back to the west end, it will reverse that particular route. I make note that that services the Clifton Hill, Victoria Avenue tourist area, where people will be working and tourists will be able to take advantage of service to the falls. The map on the left shows Route 6 and Route 15. I'll start with Route 6. Route 6 runs from Chippewa and through to Main and Ferry. The advantages of that are it will be going by marine land. It will be serving the new convention center area, the Falls View, BIA, and then the end of the line after it serves Stanford High School at Drummond and Lundy's Lane. will have an end of the line at Main and Ferry. Again, the major hub that we are looking forward to. Route 15, it also runs between, out of Chippewa, past Marine Land. It takes in a loop of Stanley and Atlantis, high-density housing in Atlantis to take advantage of that. It will go west across McLeod Road, serving the two commercial areas, the new Walmart, and then the Niagara Square. Heads west. End of the line will be the Boys and Girls School. That particular route also serves St. Michael's High School. The kids from Chippewa, the students from Chippewa will, in fact, the Catholic school is, for their area, is St. Michael's. On the right, we have Route 7 and 14. 7 will be running between Main and Ferry and head north to Stamford Center. The advantages of that, Route 7, major hub at Main and Ferry again. Stamford High School will be served, Ann Meyer High School will be served, and the Stamford Center commercial area will be served. Route 14 is the one that runs from Niagara Square in the south to Stamford Center in the north via McLeod Road, Dorchester. It will be serving the Zares Plaza before it heads up to Thoroldstone Road and up past Stamford commercial area again. The advantages of this are the high schools that it serves, which would be St. Paul High School at Thoroldstone Road and Dorchester, and also Ann Meyer High School. That is the loop at the top end is a clockwise loop. The idea being that students in the north end that go to Meyer would be picked up and dropped off at the school in that large loop. So it would be very convenient for them. The next map on the left shows Route 2. Route 2 is the running north and south between the downtown bus terminal and Niagara Square via Bridge, Mapleforth, Morrison, and Portage, Main and Fallsview area, Dunn, Dorchester, and McLeod. This one will be directly serving the hospital, the new Walmart in the south end, and McBain Community Center. Route 4, to run north and south between downtown bus terminal and Niagara Square, traveling on different streets than Route 2 does. And it will use Queen Victoria, Ferry, Drummond, and McLeod. In the south end, it serves the neighborhood of Jill and Jubilee. So that serves directly Walmart Plaza and the Stamford High School. Now, the next one on the right is rather interesting. I'll start with Route 3. And Route 3 runs between Niagara Square and the Fallsview BIA. And it uses Montrose, Lundy's Lane, Stanley, and Clark. It's basically going to be running along Lundy's Lane for taking folks down to the Fallsview BIA, but it also connects with Niagara Square in the south. So people want to go to shop at Niagara Square. It's convenient, and it serves directly the McBain Center. Now, the VTS, the Visitor Transportation Services, we're going to be leveraging the usage of funds that are being allocated for the VTS. And I'll explain the red route first. It is basically an east-west route. It runs from the very west end of Lundy's Lane directly east to Fallsview. It will go down Fallsview to Murray Hill down to River Road, and it will serve directly the Table Rock House. And again, as I mentioned earlier on, each one of these routes, it travels eastbound in one direction and uses the exact same streets to return to the west end on this particular one, the other end of the line. Now, the last one, and this one is most complex, it's the blue route that's up there. There's really two portions to that. The 12-month-a-year portion, I will walk you through. It starts at the new convention center, and it goes down Fallsview, down Murray Hill, and then goes north all the way along River Road to Bridge Street. It'll turn left on Bridge Street, up to Victoria, and it'll serve the Great Wolf Lodge in the north end. When it comes back down Victoria, it will travel via Queen Street, so we'll be taking people right directly down to the Queen Street BIA, back onto River Road, it travels south to River Road, and then when the bus arrives at the bottom of Clifton Hill, it'll turn right on Clifton Hill, turn right on Falls View, and then head up to Bender Hill, left on Victoria Avenue, and then back down Falls View where it will serve the Skylon Tower. You'll see the little loop in there where it heads into the Skylon Tower, turns around and comes back out to Falls View, and then to the Convention Center. That will be operating 12 months a year. Now there's another little piece of that route that will only be operating during the summer schedule from the Convention Center to the parking lot that's at Upper Rapids View. So we will be using that parking lot, Niagara Parks Commission, where the parking is humongous in there, it's huge, and there will be a bus that will just be running back and forth between that parking lot and the Convention Center. So that, in a nutshell, are all the new routes. I'd like to just take a moment to show you, Dave had mentioned about the Transcab, and the two areas are here on the map. This is the one that's Montrose Road South, so that little corridor down there is picked up with Transcab, and people are dropped at Niagara Square where they make their transfers to and from the Transcab. On the other side, all of this shaded area in here in Stanley South where the industrial park is, and this area of Lyons Creek is also Transcab, and there's two transfer points. One is here in Chippewa at Sodom Road and Main Street, and the other one is up here just on McLeod Road, where Old McLeod Road meets McLeod Road. So that is my presentation as a whole.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor Mays, maybe before you sit down.
Excuse me, before you sit down, I'm just wondering, now you're mentioning 30-minute headways, and I noticed that with all of your trips, I think you've got 9 routes that come into Main and Ferry. And with those 9 routes, if you double up in half-hour headways, that's an awful lot of traffic at Main and Ferry. Is there some way, are you going to have a better situation at that corner, or is there is there going to be something in that area that's going to enhance? Because I can see an awful lot of buses in one area, and that's I guess that's been going on for about 50 years at that same corner. And I wonder if there's some way we can alleviate that, because that's going to be a tremendous amount of traffic in one spot, especially with those headways. Is there something going to be done there?
Yes, that's an excellent point. We're very concerned about passengers transferring from bus to bus on Main Street. It's not a very good location there in front of Mintz. I know we get lots of complaints about people having to wait in front of an establishment like that. We're looking at an alternative. Dave will be presenting this on one of the other slides in a moment. Moving in behind Main Street to where Sylvia Place is. So we're looking at the possibility of an off-street terminal there where buses would pull into a freestanding terminal, and passengers would just move in between buses to go from one to the other. So that's part of the plan in long-range capital.
Councillor Maves, does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes.
Councillor Ioannoni?
And all I can say is it's about time. I think when the committee started listening to complaints, I lost track of the complaints of people who said, I will not take a bus at night because you drop me off at Mintz. The transfer point is in the middle of Mintz. I miss my connection. I'm sitting there 50 minutes. It is scary. It is dark. We are the only municipality that was able to link land use to a strip club, thereby getting rid of a strip club. And we put our young teenage girls and our seniors in front of a strip club to wait for an hour for a bus. I'll bet you we're one of the few, if not only, municipalities that use a strip club as a transfer point. If there is anything that we accomplish here, it's getting it off Main and Ferry, because there's a huge safety liability there, and getting it into Sylvia Place. All I can say is hallelujah. The moms and the seniors will be thrilled with us.
Also, both Mr. Goody and Mr. Stewart, I noticed you used the word circuitous. So did you want to explain for those at home that are watching that maybe don't have their dictionary handy, the roundabout of the meaning of that word?
Well, you know, transit thrives on convenience. It thrives on being concise and timely. And when we're offering a service that runs out to the north end or the south end of the city with a massive loop, so it runs one way on a big loop and goes all the way around and comes back downtown, it's not quick, it's not convenient. People are concerned about what side of the street to stand on. Oftentimes on the wrong side of the street, and the bus goes by and they're waiting 55 minutes for the next one. We want to travel on the major arteries, the major collectors, and go north, south, east, west, and be fast and convenient and predictable and timely. So these big loops just are a disincentive to ride.
So the loops are the circuitous, the way it is today.
Yeah, we certainly have some unique nuances to our current service, as was brought up recently, that are not good optics for us, I can assure you.
Yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship, and through you to either Mr. Stewart or even Mr. Goody. I just had a question about the routes, actually. The way that they're being proposed as hourly routes right now, and I heard you say as well that they were two-way. So does that mean that, you know, the bus is going to come by the middle point every 30 minutes or any point really? Is that the way that it's working?
Yeah, as you see in the next couple of slides, you'll see how the committee is rolling out the 5-year plan. Initially, there's a small implementation that we can, I hate to get ahead of myself here, but you'll see there's an implementation where we're going with a combination of 40 and 60-minute headways for the balance of 2012, and then we move into the half-hour frequencies on the AM and PM peaks. So it's a phased-in approach. We know that the investment can be high in the initial few years, but so there's a phased-in approach to kind of mitigate that kind of implementation plan. So our goal is 30-minute headways, certainly at the peak times of the day.
Yep, Councillor.
Thanks, Your Worship, and I guess through you to Mr. Stewart again, and I definitely don't suppose to know more about transportation than you two. But I just had a question. Like in my mind, I thought to myself, if the core, or where we really want to travel, or where we really want to take the mass of people around, could have more frequent, but then the outer limits have more infrequent. I know when I lived in Toronto, like when I went to school, that's the way it was. If I wanted to take a bus that was very convenient to me, that was only a block away, it didn't even come every hour. Yet if I wanted to walk to Keele Street, or if I wanted to walk to Lawrence Avenue, then I could catch a bus every 15 minutes. And I wonder if you, or the committee actually, has thought about the plan, and if you have, just really why it can't work. That's all.
Through your worship to Councillor Pietrangelo, there are certain routes that warrant more service than others. It's difficult to predict which ones they are. We have ridership data for all the routes. Some are, as I mentioned, are busier than others. The objective is, depending on where you are in the city, to get to all the different traffic generators. And as Bob alluded to, I mean, we're trying to get better service to the high schools, better service to all the recreation centers, all the employment areas, medical areas. And depending on where you are in the city, you want to make sure that in the peak times of the day, and again, we have kind of a Monday to Saturday service now, that wherever you are, you can get to those areas in half an hour. So on a given route, whether it's traveling north, south, east, or west, there'll be 2 buses on that route. Each route takes roughly an hour for 1 bus to drive, the entire route. So obviously by having 2 buses on that route, wherever you are in that given route, a bus will pass up and down both sides of the street, traveling northbound and so on and so forth, every 30 minutes. Again, consistency. When they call us, we can say it's 1:45, quarter after, whatever it might be, 10 after 22, we can tell them. So it's easy to market and it's consistent. So what we're proposing is that regardless of where you are in the city to where you need to go, a bus will come by that location in 30 minutes. It's just ease of marketing. Moving forward, we could look at certain routes and have a greater level of frequency on those routes. I know in St. Catharines, which of course I'm pretty well I'm familiar with, on certain routes like the Glen Ridge route, lots of service. As Will can attest to, there's just massive traffic traveling down Glen Ridge from the downtown core up to the Brock University. Unique situation where it's located, only so many ways in there, and so We could look at that here. Again, when you look at, say, Lundy's Lane, when you've got the red line from the VTS on there, we've got Route 3 on there, we've got some other routes on there. On certain routes, we've designed it in such a way that multiple routes are traveling down that same artery, which means that you can have upwards of 15-minute service on portions of that route. So in the busier areas, we're designing it in such a way that even though the route itself is a 30-minute headway, there's 2 buses going down that route. They might be 15 minutes apart, they might be fairly close together, depending on the time of day, but we'll have more service on that area of the city that warrants it. Did I answer your question?
Okay. Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would have loved to see us go to 30-minute service tomorrow. The shock of the sticker price to go to 30-minute service for 2013 almost killed me. But and when I said, can we not get to that point quicker, it was, well, we have to order new buses. I was not aware it took a year to order a new bus. It is not something you can just go out and purchase. So while this is 100% improvement than what we have today, it's certainly not anywhere close to what we're aiming to get for 2013. Because that's when the availability and the easeability to get to your work without having to leave an hour and a half earlier or try to get off work early so you're not waiting the 55 minutes to get another bus out will click in. I like things done yesterday. This whole time frame was not as fast for me as I wanted, but it's put together on the best that we could do. Because there are people who say, what do you mean you're going to take it to council and we're not going to have 30-minute service? No, not right away. But we're trying to make it so it's not such a stressful job for the bus drivers to make their connections, that people aren't waiting in isolated areas. One of the stops that really concerns me is out at the Walmart, the old Walmart. I know we have Target going in there next year at some point, but if you are transferring out there and you miss your connection and you're the only person standing out there and you have 55 minutes to wait, I've heard from young people coming back from Brock who said, it's terrifying to stand out there. Thank God they have a cell phone. So we're trying to make it quicker, better, safer. It's just a more timelier fashion.
Okay. Any other questions from council at this point? No? It's all yours.
Okay. So just further to Bob showing you all the details of the routes themselves, and you can see we've done kind of an extraordinary effort to try to get more service to the ridership generators. These are kind of the transit hours of service. So on the left-hand side, you'll see, I've mentioned several times, we have kind of a Monday to Saturday service. That's kind of our peak level of service. And you can see that we've got, on the left side again, we've got a base number of routes. There's 7 routes there, 2 through 14. And then we've got local routes, 12 through 51 in the bottom left-hand corner there. And essentially, the base routes, when they're operating, provide that 800-meter walking distance. It's just kind of a coverage of the city. The routes aren't really tightly knit, to use kind of a layman's terms. And therefore, wherever you are in the city, it's going to be roughly an 800-meter walk to get to a bus stop. So to create what we want, which is a 400-meter walk distance for every bus stop, we introduced those 5 local routes. Additional coverage, additional streets covered in the city, and those operate Monday to Saturday. And you can see that they're roughly 5 to 6 a.m. till about 6 p.m. That additional service, Monday to Saturday in the daytime, allows us to be a 400-meter walking distance, which is what one of our service standards is that we try to maintain. You can see on the right-hand side, the service that we offer on holidays, Sundays, things of that nature, is that 6 a.m. to roughly 10 p.m. level of service. And again, because there's no additional local routes, they come off on a quieter time that doesn't warrant the additional service. On those times, again, the Sundays and holidays, there's an 800-meter walking distance. So that's kind of the system in its simplistic terms as far as the hours of service that we're providing. You can see we've got headways there of 30 minutes, which is our goal for the plan as it unfolds. And then on Sundays on the right-hand side, we've got some routes at 40, some at 60, just because physically some routes only take 40 minutes to drive, and physically some take a full hour to drive. So that's the differences there. Now this slide can be overwhelming. I can appreciate that. But you can see that this is the total operating and capital costs associated with this plan, the implementation of this 5-year plan. I'll do my best to step through it, but I can appreciate it's overwhelming. There's a lot of information there. But again, if there's questions along the way, feel free to stop and ask me. This is kind of where we're at now in 2011. We've got about a 7.1 investment in our system. And what our plan proposes over the next 5 years, and we can start our plan as early as September of 2012, for the last 4 months of 2012. And we can introduce the additional route, which is Route 16, and also go to the 40, 60-minute headways. We have some routes Our operators have really pushed the system to the limit in the last number of years. It's really tested them. If we catch a train or something of that nature, our timing goes off for half of the day. It's been very problematic for us. So some of these routes that were 60 minutes that were really a challenge to achieve at any given time, they actually take about 80 minutes to drive. So we've put 2 buses on those routes, so we've got basically a 40-minute headway. Some of the ones that were achievable in 60 minutes, we've maintained at 60 minutes. So I keep losing my cursor here. There we are. So for the balance of 2012, the cost would move up to $7.8 million. And therefore, this yellow band here is the net increased investment required over the previous year. So you can see that when you factor in our revenue streams, we anticipate increased revenue streams from increased ridership. When you go to that 2012 year for the balance of the year, the net additional cost for 2012 would be $722,000. And I'll just continue to move along. Where the big impact hits is 2013. And what we're proposing for 2013 on behalf of the committee is that we would increase the service levels in the peak AM and PM times. So essentially from 6 to 9 AM in the morning and from 2 to 6 PM in the afternoon, we're proposing 30-minute headways. That's the start of the 30-minute headway plan. And you can see that that takes the net cost of the entire year up to about $10.5 million. Again, the net cost of the previous year to the taxpayer would be about $2.24 million. Again, that is the biggest single year of investment we're going to incur as this 5-year plan unfolds. In 2014, what we're proposing to do is fill in those periods of time. So from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., initially in the summer months, we're going to fill in that period of time with 30-minute service so that we would then have 30-minute service from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. throughout the day, Monday to Saturday. Again, that's the big cost there. In the following year, we propose to fill in that period of time from 9 to 2 with 30-minute service in the winter term. So now throughout the entire 6 months of the winter, we've got 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 30-minute headways. So we've done the summer, and now we're doing the winter. Now we have a full, by the end of 2015, we've got a full 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 30-minute service during the Monday to Saturday daytime service. In 2016 and 2017, what we've done is people have said we want to see a span of service increase. We want to see the service start earlier in the morning and finish later in the evening. So in 2016, we've started 1 hour earlier in the morning and gone 2 hours later in the evening for the summer service, for the 6 months of the summer service. I keep losing my cursor. And then again, we've done that for 2017. So we've started earlier in the morning and later in the evening by 2 hours for the winter portion of the 6 months. Again, the yellow line at the bottom indicates the incremental increased investment from the previous year. So to fill in the blanks from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. in each of those 2 years is approximately $170,000. And then to run 3 additional hours of service in the day, 1 in the morning, 2 in the evening, it's approximately $280,000 in each of those 2 years. So again, a lot of information to digest. Are there any questions on just the operating costs required to implement this plan?
Councilor Carrier? Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question on your revenues. Go to 2013, where you increase your operating costs by $2.2 million. Does the revenues only increase by $300,000?
Now, the revenues were estimates based on the IBI plan that we received in 2009. So it's an approximation on the data that they presented to us. But it's as close as we can get to a model.
Gotcha. And then the yellow line, the increased net investment, is a little bit confusing and a little bit misleading because, in all fairness, when you go to the yellow line in 2012, $722,000 net investment over 2011, right?
Correct.
2013 is $2,244,000 over 2012.
Correct.
Well, really, if you look at it, it should be $2,244,000 plus $722,000 over 2011. Then when you skip to 2014, it would be really, over today, it would be 169 plus 2,244,000 plus 722,000 would be the increase in 2014 over today. Am I reading that right?
You are?
Okay, thank you.
Continue on?
Yeah, Councilor Gates.
Yeah, just, I'll do 213 as well. So when you say your yearly operating costs are $10,489, correct?
$10,489,000, correct?
And then the yearly revenues are $4,300,000.
Correct.
Right? Your net operating cost is $6,189,000, and then you add that with the investment of the 722 and the 2.2, correct? To get the total cost of the investment to do it?
I believe yes.
Yeah? Okay, so, okay, that's all.
Okay, I
Thank
was trying to follow along as best I could there.
Okay, no, I appreciate that.
I can appreciate what Councilor Carrier was saying. It's a cumulative number from 2011. We were showing the increased net investment in each of the years.
I just didn't want to be confused.
No, yeah, I know. There's a lot of information here. And as mentioned earlier, you can see that our RC ratio currently is 0.55, which is an extremely healthy number for a community our size. You usually only see that in larger municipalities. But again, the private work we do has been very helpful over the years in offsetting the cost to the taxpayers. So we've got a very healthy number here. We anticipate with the increased investment that number will dip, and then you'll see it level off and then start to increase by 0.4 in 2017. And again, we anticipate the ridership will continue to increase. We've seen that in other municipalities. It's been proven time and time again in our industry that ridership will continue to increase, the revenues continue to increase, and hopefully in the not too distant future beyond 2017, we're back up to about a 50% RC ratio. So that's all the operating costs. The bottom section is the capital costs. Naturally, to make an investment of this nature in operating, we need more equipment. We anticipate we'll need 13 buses over the course of the next 2 years through 2013 to make this happen. And we've broken this down for 4 buses at roughly $450,000 per for 2012, and then 9 buses in 2013. Again, 2013 is the big year when this all really starts to happen. So that's the capital purchases, and roughly it does take about a year before you order a bus until you receive it. So there's some time required to make it all happen. Our bus stops, I mentioned earlier, somewhat dilapidated. You know, really isn't the standards out that we'd like to see. They're really a beacon to find our service for people to see it. People with visual impairments don't often see them. There's tree limbs in front of them. They're 9 feet in the air. They're 4 feet in the air. They're everything in between. Different versions out there. It's something that we need to invest in. It's kind of a trailblazing sign to find us, and we need to have those enhanced. So we've budgeted $130,000 over the 2 years. We have roughly 650 bus stops in our system. And so that's a lot of infrastructure that we have to maintain that is certainly in need of some TLC. Same thing with our bus shelters and our benches. Our goal is to have 25%, which is roughly about 160 in the system of our bus stops that have the amenity of a bus shelter and bench. They're not cheap. You know, a standard bus shelter with concrete pads and associated lighting of that nature is roughly $10,000. So you can see we're planning on doing about 14 a year of the shelters. A big investment. We've got the sub-terminals that was brought up a short while ago, Main and Ferry. We recognize that is really, the optics are bad, the safety is bad, it's an accident waiting to happen. We would like to do something off-street there. It has been mentioned Sylvia Place might be an option. We're reviewing all options, but we want to get off the street there as best we can. It's just not a safe environment. We've got investments being made at Niagara Square for more shelters, better lighting, better accessibility and comfort. We want to move towards variable messaging signs so that people can have real-time information knowing that a bus is 7 minutes away or it's 4 minutes away or it's 37 minutes away. There's technology out there that's readily available that we need to have out there to enhance the convenience to our customers and let them know when the bus is arriving, whether they can go back in and do some quick shopping and don't miss their bus. Again, it's all about convenience. So we've got dollars put in there for the Niagara Square. We've got money in there for the Mount Carmel Plaza, Town and Country Plaza, and the Zares Plaza, which is formerly the old Walmart site. Again, lighting's not good there. There's grade separation issues. That will become a very, very busy place for us in the near future. Right now, that's where the Niagara College buses depart from. It's kind of a central hub for our system to meet those buses, and the same with the Fort Erie service that we provide. So that is going to be a very busy place for a transit hub. It's geographically central. There's a lot of good things about that hub that we see moving forward, much better than it is today. This is a very critical line. We've got the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Basically, there's legislation that is telling us that we have to comply within the next 5 years to various accessibility matters. We're looking at the buses. We have to be in compliance. There's next stop announcements that we have to install in our bus systems. There's all the different things at the infrastructure that we have to do, and these are costly ventures. Again, sometimes the easiest part is buying the bus. It's the associated infrastructure. It becomes very timely, very costly. You're looking at areas where you've got geographical issues with bus stops, narrow streets, very little to work with. So, again, there's $650,000 put into the plan over the 5 years to ensure that we meet the needs. And again, it provides an equality and independence to our residents that we're trying to achieve. So you've got the level of capital costs along this line here. You can see that after the first 2 years, they diminish somewhat. We receive our gas tax, our provincial gas tax subsidy. It's about $1.14 million a year, of which just under half is put toward operating. So the balance is roughly $612,000 a year we can use towards capital. So that offsets the investment cost per se. So now you're looking at in the first 2 years approximately $1.18 million in 2012 and just under $4 million, $3.9 million in 2013. Again, a big bus purchase here, and the buses last about 20 years. So it's kind of front-loaded on the capital with these buses that we need to have to make the service unfold at the operating cost at the top end. The $612,000 we're using from the provincial gas tax subsidy offsets the additional costs, again, for the AODA, for some of the infrastructure in these lines here. So there really is no cost there. And these monies can be used for reserve, other things, perhaps even put towards operating, although I don't like that. So any costs on the capital costs, again, it's a lot of information. Should I move on?
Any questions at this point? Councilor Mays?
I'm just doing a little math here, and I'm looking at the additions, and I don't know whether I'm right or wrong here, but I'm adding up to about, over 5 years, an additional cost of $19,432. Is that correct?
I wish it were that. You're talking about
$19,432,000, the way I see it. Is that correct?
I don't think it's quite that high.
Well, I've added...
Oh, you're adding the operating and the capital?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that's roughly $4 million a year, and obviously we're going to have to take a close look at this in budget deliberations, because that's an awful lot of money. And of course, I love your plans and everything, but dollars are going to be very, very come into play in this plan.
There's a large investment. We think it has a very significant return to the community.
Any other questions or comments at this point? Carl?
Just if I could comment, just to put it in perspective, for the operating, if we were to turn the key today, in other words, if you directed us today and said, start 30-minute service tomorrow, there would be that yellow line, the top line, adds up to $3.7 million. So that's what the commitment is an additional $3.7 million to implement this. If we were to turn it tomorrow, say half-hour service tomorrow, there would be a $3.7 million commitment to address this.
Per year?
Per year, yes. And then for the capital, if you just add the two bottom numbers, it's around $6 million, because we're suggesting that the rest of it is paid for through the gas tax. So that's really what's being presented to you right now. And again, these are all estimates based on what we put together.
Yeah, you've added in like 13 buses. Now, is it taken into consideration with the VTS? We're going to get, I think it's 9 buses or something along. Can those be utilized in this plan? Are they figured into this plan?
If I can address that, when Bob, Mr. Goody went through the presentation and he said leveraging the VTS, what we accounted for in leveraging is we were able to save $2.5 million of operating costs to ourselves. So this would have been $2.5 million higher had we not utilized the bus system of the VTS system that's out there right now. So do you understand?
That is factored into these figures?
That is factored into those figures, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? Okay, it's all yours.
Thanks. So in essence, this is the 5-year plan. This is the summary. So the initial bullet, the committee recognizes, certainly staff recognizes, that there's a challenging economic time out there, especially in this municipality that really thrives on the hospitality sector. So that's why it was a phased-in approach. And that is just to mitigate the financial impact to the municipality. So, we thought we were doing something in the best manner of being kind of financially and fiscally responsible, and phased it in over 5 years. I referenced in the second bullet a Delcan study. I was looking at some information the other day and came across a Delcan study presented to the former commission in 1991. And it reiterated everything that the IBI plan had done in 2009, which was kind of interesting, talking about 30-minute headways, introduction of Transcab service, things of that nature. But there were some striking comments in that recommendation. It said that this plan was brought about to basically enhance the plan that the Commission had seen in 1971. And it said nothing had been done since 1971, and we're freshening it up in 1999. And the 1999 plan didn't do anything to 2009. So the striking comment is that 40 years has basically just been an indifferent time at Niagara Falls Transit and the former Greater Niagara Transit Commission. It was a little disconcerting, but that's the ugly truth. Really, very little has been done in infrastructure investment for 40 years at Niagara Falls Transit. We're also saying in the third bullet that by going to 30-year service, we're achieving a level of service that puts us on our peers with other communities of similar size, and in many cases smaller. And you know, when businesses are looking at Niagara Falls for investment, or post-secondary institutions are looking at this area for investment, they're going to look at the transit infrastructure that we have to see if it meets their needs to get their workers or students to and from school. So something to be mindful of. Again, we're trying to make sure that we're going to be compliant with the AODA regulations, hence the $650,000 investment to make sure that we're accessible for everybody in our community, not just those that are able-bodied. Those that have some physical mobility challenges can enjoy this community. And then last but not least, something I just touched on, that we think that public transit provides an independence and a mobility for everybody. So not everybody has the luxury of owning a private automobile. They're very expensive pieces of equipment. There's a lot of people in this community that work at less than high-paying jobs. They still want to enjoy all the new infrastructure. They want to go to recreational facilities. They want to make medical appointments. They want to go to employment, and they want to visit friends and family. And we think that enhancing this service will have a great payback, not financially, but just socially, health-wise. All those different things play a part of this. So we think that an investment in your public transit system is a prudent investment moving forward.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just wanted to make a comment about the comments that nothing really has been done in the last 40 years. And I know I kind of read those comments in the papers too, and I found them a bit disheartening because I don't think that the full story has sort of been told here. And perhaps we can have a staff member tell how we actually got to the situation that we're in today. I don't believe that the City of Niagara Falls actually took over the Niagara Falls transit system from the Commission until 2007. And when we did, I believe, and maybe Mr. Harrison or Mr. Todd or even Mr. Stewart can correct me if I'm wrong, but we started to make some immediate investments in infrastructure. I think in 2009 we bought 4 brand new buses. In 2010 we bought 4 brand new buses. I know this year I think we bought 3. 2 were delivered, 1's not delivered yet.
Correct.
And I mean, that's a replacement of almost half of our fleet right there. So we've only had transit for a limited number of years. I don't really think that it's that fair to look at the council and paint them as having, you know, us not wanting anything to do or not making any sort of investment in transit, because we really haven't had it for that many years. And for the years that we've had it, we've continued to show an investment in infrastructure. So I just wanted to be clear about that because I heard the comment again and I know I read it in the paper. So.
Mr. Drake?
Yeah, if I could comment to that, I guess, you know, what we're trying to say is that what we're concerned about is that there was a report done in 90 or 71, and there was one done in 91, and then there was one done in 2009, and is this going to become just another report? And that's really what I think we're trying to hit, is that we just didn't want this report shelved. Like for 40 years, they've been saying you should have half-hour service, and I think Mr. Stewart's saying, you know, that we need to move on that because that's what the people are telling us, and that was our concern. And yes, council did invest, and you know, definitely invested in new buses, has brought us up to the level of 70% or 75% mobility in that are making our accessible buses. We have proceeded on some of the IBI studies, you know, some of it, you know, like branding and so forth, but we really haven't gotten to the meat of it, and this is really the meat of it, and that's what we were told by the committee. This is the meat of what we want to do, and so that's what he was trying to iterate in those comments.
And Your Worship, I think that those comments are fine if you want to actually address the report and say that, you know, you hope that council adopts the recommendations in the report. But again, I think the way that it was portrayed was that the city just kind of, you know, has let transit go for the last 30 or 40 years. And you know, if we tell the story, it was a commission that had control of transit up until 2007, and then that came over actually under your jurisdiction. And since it has, I mean, in my opinion, we've made some significant investments in our infrastructure. In 3 years, we've replaced almost half of our fleet. So I don't think that can go overlooked. That's all I'm saying.
Councilor Young?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand where Councillor Peter Angelo is coming from, but the point they're trying to make is in 2009 we had a report that we passed in principle that would get us to the very position we would be in if this report passed. And in that time, and I've had residents who've called, and I've had committee members who say to us, well, in that time, when you haven't fixed that, I'm freezing for 50 minutes at a bus shelter. I'm not making my job on time. I'm not making my classes on time. You only have 3 buses after 6 o'clock, so I'm getting in a speedy cab with God knows who, buddy who doesn't probably have a license. Like, I know we're here making decisions every Monday night, but the reality is we drive our cars here, and I've told the committee and anybody who called me, I'm not going to use public transit. The majority of us in this room are not going to use the bus to get to work. So we cannot at all empathize with those who have still had the problems since we've taken over transit. And you know, I remember us putting former Councillor Puddick on the commission and him trying to highlight what was wrong. I remember him saying to us, I keep trying to highlight what was wrong and nobody's listening. And even at that time, we really didn't dig into this. It really wasn't till the residents said, look, we're tired of how bad it is. Fix it. So while, yes, we've got ourselves up to 70% mobility, I don't think we're where we can pat ourselves on the back yet until people can get to work on time, where seniors aren't standing outside waiting. I have a lady who calls me repetitively. The group of them work at Sobeys. It takes them 4 hours to get to Sobeys and back from her central place in Niagara Falls, only because the bus drops her off 15 minutes after. The bus goes past 15 minutes before she gets off work. She waits 45 minutes, and then it's a 40-minute loop to her house. Coming here, going to work, she has to get to work 50 minutes early, otherwise she would be 10 minutes late. She said, if I could just let you people understand the timing. And she said to me, honey, do you take the bus to work? What do you say to that? So, while yes, we've made headway, and I know these numbers are alarming, and I know that we're really going to have to dig deep to invest them, but it gets people to your places of work. It gets people to school. It gets people to university. It gets people home. And one of the moms at the Y said to me, you can get my kid to Brock, but you can't get her home because the connections aren't there after 6 o'clock because you only have 3 buses on in the city. Well, Niagara Falls, we want a university. You went and lobbied for a university. We need to put the infrastructure together to say to a minister, not only can you bring 3,000 students in a campus down here, we can move your 3,000 students. We don't have that infrastructure right now.
Any other questions or comments from councillors at this point? No? Okay.
May I make one final statement?
Yes, of course.
There's a bus parked right out front of the building right now. A BART bus out there. There's a bus
That's
parked
how you
out
got them
front.
all here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So really, compliments to the members of Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1582. They chartered this bus to have it here this evening because they knew some people who wanted to show up this evening and have something to say of encouragement to improve the system can't get home because the service doesn't meet their needs. So credit to them. They've dug into their own pockets, provided this bus service. So it's out in front of the building right now. So it's going to wait until everybody's finished this evening, have a chance to speak and say your piece. And then when you're finished, we'll make sure that you get home safely this evening. That's my final comment.
Yes, Councillor Gates? Yeah.
I guess I'm not really sure whether Mr. Drenkin has this or maybe yourself could answer this. On the people mover, you said that you had already put substantial money into the, where did that come from? So I don't see that in the report anywhere. So I think that might be helpful for council to know how that's being done, because that's the one thing. The other thing is I see that a lot of our routes are taken in the schools, which quite frankly is a pretty good idea. My question to you, have you had any dialogue with either one of the school boards on exactly how that can fit into their schedule as well? And I'll give you an example of that. My daughter goes to St. Mike's, and she's on the cheerleading team. And to your point, it goes to about 4:15, and she has trouble getting transit to get home. So that means that one of their parents have to usually pick her up. That's our role as parents. But at the end of the day, if you had any dialogue with either one of the school boards on how this could work on the routes, obviously you put a lot of time into saying we want a school to be a hub, whether it be Stanford, A.N. Meyer, St. Mike's. Obviously, the way to get people used to transit, quite frankly, in my eyes, is with the young people, our students. I think that's a really good way to engage young people to say, hey, listen, public transit is an option, no different than public transit is an option for our seniors and those that are physically challenged, so there's ways to go. But I think one thing that I'd like your ad hoc committee to do, or yourselves, is to have some dialogue with the schools to see what we could do there to enhance, to get more students riding the buses. I think that would be something that would be very helpful in the total cost package, because at the end of the day, if the school boards are paying and the city's paying, there's only one taxpayer. So if we all got together and said, how do we do this and how to accomplish what we're trying to do here, might be a way to take care of that. So I think that's an issue that you'd have to take a look at.
Do you want to get an answer to that question first?
Sure, if you have, that'd be great.
Consult with the school boards.
Both the boards were invited to our stakeholder meetings. We've had dialogue with them. We've had dialogue with the students. We've had dialogue with the post-secondary students. We all recognize the common objective is to provide better service, 30-minute service. We've really lost a generation of young riders here in this community. Trying to tell a 16-year-old to get out of bed at 5 o'clock to get to school for 7:50, it isn't going to happen. Mom, Dad, give me a ride. So we have got to win them back. Again, I can only speak from my history, which is St. Catharines Transit predominantly. If you get out of that downtown bus terminal at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's like lemmings to the sea. There are so many students crossing and transferring buses going from Sir Winston to Governor Simcoe. They all use the service. It meets their needs. Off they go to the Penn Center. The half-hour frequencies work great, and having that common help helps dramatically. But they have that habit. They have that independence. If they want to go to Saturday to the Penn Center, a job on the weekends, off they go. They're just not, it's not the same habit that is formed here for a number of reasons. So we're trying to win them back. It's going to take some time, but we have to win them back because that's the future ridership that we have.
I agree on the students. It's tough to compare St. Catharines to Niagara Falls, particularly in the areas that you're talking about, is that you've got Dennis Morris, you've got Sir Winston, you've got Brock University. Most of the students live downtown in a lot of the rentals there and along that Glen Ridge strip. So their only way to get up to Brock, up the hill, is usually by public transit. But to your point, I think if you're going to work on this plan over a course of a number of years, it's got to include our students, and it's got to include making sure that our seniors know that if they want to go to Zayres or they want to go, I almost said Walmart, I can't say that word, if they want to go to one of those places, there is an option to do it, and it's on public transit. The other thing that I'd like to know, and it's good to see that you've got a piece in here about recreation and community centers. Again, that's a hub where a lot of people go. If you go to our Y, I think one of the first things I did when I got on council, we didn't have a bus shelter by the Y. And I said, well, let's just do it. And obviously there's more process to it than it didn't make sense to me. You spend $25 million on a Y and you don't have a bus shelter out front to protect people there. But on one that's been raised at me a number of times, I go to a lot of the Canucks games on Friday nights, and a lot of the seniors that go to the game can't get a bus to the game. Hopefully that during this your deliberations that you take a look at that to make sure that particularly on the Friday night, if you're looking at cutting service at 6 o'clock to that area, maybe take another look at it so that a lot of our seniors like to go to the Canuck games, but they're not going because they can't get home. So that's another avenue that I'd like you to take a look at as well. And I think that's all I have for you, so thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillor Maves.
Yeah, Your Worship, I think possibly I can answer Councillor Gates' question regarding the schools. We did have a school program. I served on the Transit Commission for some 18 years, and Councillor Thompson probably somewhere around 30-some years. I know the mayor was on transit at one time, and we did have programs. We had a Board of Education program, and they did subsidize the buses, and they decided to run their own. That's a problem whereby I don't think we'll get that business back unless they decide to give up their school buses. The other thing is, too, and going back to that 1991 study, that was around, I was just probably started on the commission back in those days, and it was one of those things whereby we had the study done, came to council, there was no money. We were going to revamp the garage, we were going to buy new buses, we're going to have half-hour headways, and this is nothing new. And the problem is, and was at the time, was money. And here we are back 20 years later, and we're talking about the same thing. The only problem is times are tougher now than they were 20 years ago. I know we run in cyclical recessions and things, but this is going to be very difficult. As I said, I like the plan, I like everything, the intentions are good and everything else, but finding the money might be the big issue here. So.
Okay. Councillor?
It is not difficult if we make the decision to do it. You know what? You either got to bite the bullet. You didn't bite the bullet 20 years ago. We didn't bite the bullet in 2009. We got to bite the bullet at some point, or we're a world-class destination for what? We really need to be able to move our residents adequately, safely, and timely. Gas is going to be $2 a liter very shortly, and you know what? People are going to be turning to us, and there better be a service there. And if it takes increasing the cost to ride the bus, do it again. Because if you're going to get it every half an hour, people are not going to bulk if they have to pay for that extra service. And just so that council understands, anybody who contacted us, emailed, Facebooked, anything, we asked the question, do you object to paying more for an increased service? And the answer was no. People are going, if you build it, they will come because they've wanted it for 20 years. So maybe at that council of the day wasn't ready. Maybe we weren't ready in 2009. But I have no problem staking my council ability here and back in either debenturing for the capital because we can't do it for operation and putting the hit out there for the operation because people will see that what we're increasing for and the service that they're getting back for it. I don't know how we can't do it. We just spent 20 years and endless hoops to jump through to have a people mover system to move the tourism. We need to be able to move the residents too.
Okay. Okay, I've got Councillor Maves, and then I know we've got some speakers that we do need to move along because, again, to remind everyone, tonight we're not making a financial decision. This is being referred to budget. Today is more of a direction. So to that point, Councillor?
But I'm sorry I sat down because I would like to make a move that we refer this to our capital budget.
So before the speakers, before the...
Yeah, and we can work from a motion. So I'd like to move that we move this to our budget deliberations.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Ioannoni. Do we have a seconder? Pardon me?
No more talking?
No, refer it to budget.
Oh.
Well, while I'm standing, I can second that.
Okay. What's that?
You can't approve two without approving one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what?
Well, that's in the recommendations, and not.
Well, the clerk would like to comment on this.
Well, shouldn't the motion be the approval of the report because you have to approve the actual routing structure to refer it to budget?
So is that your motion? Okay, and that's second by...
I have people grumbling behind us that would like to speak too, so...
Right. Okay. Well, then we'll get to that. Councillor May.
No, I just want to, I don't want to turn this into a debate either, but if you go back, and Councillor Thompson will remember this, and possibly you will, Your Worship, we did bite the bullet. We were buying buses from San Diego that were 10, 12 years old, refurbishing those. Our own fleet, we were holding together with baling wire. We did anything we could to keep our buses on the road. And I think some of the fellows in the crowd here drove some of those buses. And it was not an easy time. And I think they got a lot better equipment now than they had then. But I don't want anybody to think for 1 minute that anything's been neglected. I think both the commission and the city have tried to provide good service for the citizens of Niagara Falls. I'll admit it hasn't been the best, but then again, it's the dollars that are the problem all the time.
Okay, we've got a list here of seven speakers, 8 speakers. First up, we've got Marlene Pierce. Is Marlene here? Okay, yeah, come on up to the podium, if you would. Maybe just state your address.
I live at 2875 Dorchester Road. And thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name's Marlene Pierce, and I am the face of transit. My entire household takes transit, and that's 6 of us. We all work different shifts. I'm full-time in long-term care, and on Sundays, I work till 7 at night. I walk home, and that is from Valleyway and Drummond. I walk to Fireman's Park. I do it every winter, and it takes me roughly an hour and 45 minutes. So by the time you've hit Toronto, I'm just getting in my front door. So that's how when you drive. It's not fun. My son, who's now 21, for 3 years has been walking home at 3 in the morning from Fallsview Avenue to my house because he can't get home. It's tough for us. We take the bus, we depend on the bus, and it's not there when we need it. I don't know how to explain it. People in cars don't see it. You don't understand the cold like we do. You don't understand the lug of groceries at a bus stop like we do. You don't understand what it means to come home at 8:30 at night and still have to do all your duties when you got off at 7. That's an hour and a half of time that I've lost that I don't get back. This transit is old and tired, and it's no longer reliable. The connections are missed a lot. If I miss my transfer at the Tim Hortons by the Optimist, I walk to work. Doesn't matter the weather, I walk to work. We still have all the routes mainly going downtown. A lot of us don't live downtown anymore. We've expanded as a city. We don't work downtown that much either. We've moved towards the falls still. There's not a lot of businesses downtown that my kids work at or that I work at. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week town. We've made it more so with the casino. We've made it more so with long-term cares coming into town. You don't get a lot of people who need a job applying for that afternoon shift. They can get to work, they can't get home, they don't work. The day shift is coveted by seniority. They're not going to get that. Midnights, you don't run as many staff. They're not going to get that job. But they're not going to apply to the 3 to 11 shift because they can't get home. They can't get home safely. They can't depend on other people, co-workers and all that. So they're not going to work. So they're going to sit on a tax roll that we don't want them sitting on. You have blackout zones in this town. You cannot leave Silvertown after 6 o'clock at night unless you have a car. You can't take your kids to the movies unless you have cab fare on top of that. That's over $30 to travel from Silvertown to Niagara Square. Add that to your movie cost, and you're talking about economic times being hard. Parents can't do that. I couldn't do it. You have areas in this town where buses don't go that need to. Project Share. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people in this town that need to use a food bank. They can't get there. They can't get there discreetly and with pride. They either have to get a ride from a friend, so that person now has to tell somebody they need help. They have to take money and take a cab. They'll take a Speedy because that's only $7. That's not safe. Or, I think I was told we have a bus maybe that the city organizes for them to get there. There's no dignity in getting on that Project Share bus. Everyone knows. When you need help from a food bank, you don't want the world to know. It's embarrassing. So let's get a bus out there. And that's on this route change. I will pay more money for better service. I pay more money at Tim Hortons now that their coffee went up. I didn't balk at that. Everybody paid more money for that coffee. They'll do it for transit. They want 30 minutes. Guaranteed. Yes, over the years, you've put money into new buses. That's wonderful. I've painted my house. The walls are still falling down. I don't know how else to explain it. It's been wonderful. A lot of the buses had to have been upgraded because of the new acts and legislation for the disabled, for accessibility. So we didn't have a choice to have to put buses on. We had to. So yes, you put some money into the infrastructure since City Council took over. It's not enough. And I'd like to applaud Councillor Iannoni for stating it as it is. Bite the bullet, Council. Put the money in. Relieve the workload of our bus drivers because they're busting their butts right now trying to make time with trains and complaining customers. Invest in a future that affects my life, my family's life, and other people's lives, and maybe yours one day or your neighbors, because in these economic times, not everyone's going to own that second car. Not everyone's going to own the first car. I choose to not own a car. I choose to on a social level because I don't need to pollute the environment. We had a wonderful debate about the environment over water bottles. Let's think about emissions. Let's think about greenhouse gas, and let's think about the carbon that the cars are putting on. We want carpool lanes, we want bike lanes, but we won't invest in a bus system to alleviate the traffic. I hope that you see the vision that this ad hoc committee has. I hope that you back us on it. I respect that money is an issue no matter what we have to do. It is in my house. This is my money that we're talking about too at this council meeting. Please, though, make it work. We can do this. We want it phased in. I'm willing to pay for it. I don't earn tons of cash, but I'm willing to make the investment in this city and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, next speaker we have up is Eleanor McVeigh, and all we would ask is please make new points. Don't repeat what we've already heard. And we need to, so we get through this, because you don't want the council to glaze over, then they're not paying attention. So if you could just focus on new points. So Eleanor McVeigh, if you could come and maybe state your address, please.
Hi, my address is 4157 Drummond Road. I literally live in 5 corners of the north end of the city. I work down at the tourist area, and I have to walk home from work every night because there aren't buses that run home to my end of the town when my shift ends. I'm a single white female, and walking home alone at night is very dangerous for me because I walk through some very questionable locations in this city. Councillor Iannoni has made the point about our bus transit hub being Main and Ferry, right in front of Mintz. Yeah, again, single white female, not comfortable. I don't know how to say more securely than I have. I've had incidences where I've been harassed by drunk people while I've waited 50 minutes, 60 minutes, 65 or 70 minutes because the bus was running late due to traffic or due to trains. And I don't want to go through that again, and I don't want anyone else to go through that again. I was born and raised in Toronto, and I grew up on the TTC. I'm not saying that so that any bus drivers roll their eyes at me. I'm saying that because I was raised and trained on public transit. It is important. It keeps a community moving one direction or another, and it gets us from point A to point B. We've had comments made about our high school students, which is really important. In 13 years that I've lived in Niagara Falls, I chose because it's embarrassing to ride the yellow school bus to work. I chose to walk because it meant I would have to go to school an hour early and wait after school an hour late. And it was shorter for me to walk 45 minutes. And it was more convenient for me to walk the 45 minutes than have to wait in front of the school looking like an idiot. There's to go anywhere in the city. I live at 5 Corners, which is generally a basic hub for the north end of the city. It still takes me an hour and a half to get into the new Walmart and back. That is it at a bare minimum. If I have a short line at the checkout, I grab exactly what I need and it's at the very front of the store. Otherwise, that's a 2.5, 3-hour trip for me. That's my entire day gone due to my scheduling. Sunday services. Sunday services drive me nuts. I'm expected to just disrupt my family and work life because the bus doesn't run for me. I can't go visit my friends. I can't visit my family. I can't go to the movies. Sundays is pretty much my only day off from work because I can't be scheduled on Sundays. I personally, as a transit user, a day-to-day transit user, feel that the increased frequency and the route changes proposed by the Transit Commission is going to make a more intelligent, user-friendly schedule that will help to increase regular ridership in our city, not just of locals, but of tourists. And if we don't count as much as we hope that we do, our tourism counts for something, because I listen to our tourists day to day saying that they don't know how to get from one spot to another without having to pull out their car and pay $30 for parking or $10 for parking. That's unacceptable. I hope that you take mine and the other 7 other people that are citizens that are going to speak, and the people that have put together these proposals for you. I know it's a lot of money to ask, but what is money when it comes to keeping your citizens and your workers, the people that make sure that your streets are paved, the people that make sure that your water is purified, the people that educate your students, make sure that they get to work every day. And heck, your future, you know, the Youth Advisory Committee that has to come in because they don't drive. I hope that you take into consideration our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy Anello. We have Tommy. Tommy? Yep, if you could. Yeah, okay. Again, we just ask you to try to not to repeat what's already been said. Tommy, if you can state your address, please.
I live at 6375 Balmoral in Niagara Falls. Before I begin, you guys are going to have to forgive me. This is my first time speaking in front of you guys. So first time speaking in front of City Council, and I'm only 23 years old. So thanks for the applause. So I've been living in the city all my life, as you guys might have known by now. And I've been taking transit since 2005 for a high school co-op. I can tell you that I walk 20 minutes from St. Mike's to the Niagara Square almost every day for a co-op from February to June. 3 years ago, I started using the bus on a frequent basis to get to and from Niagara College. This is how I get around Niagara Falls, with a student card and a sticker that says "You Pass." I ride it anywhere in the city. I can travel to St. Catharines or Welland through the system. It's provided, it is included in our tuition. I am speaking as not only a Niagara College student, but I am speaking as a resident of this great city. Improving transit is part of our infrastructure. It's basically the cornerstone of our city. And improved transit will lead to more and more service. Our service right now, with hourly frequencies, feels like we have the capacity of Rogers Center. In other words, that's where Jose Bautista hit 20 of his 43 home runs this season. With our service, I guarantee you we'll have with the proposed service, we can have about 120,000. That is the capacity of Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata, India. 5.5 years ago, I can tell you a little story. I was actually outside this city hall demanding to revitalize downtown. I'm here tonight to say revitalize transit, not only for me, but for future generations of this great city. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, Connor Bitter. Is Connor here? Okay.
And I'm just here to speak on behalf of the youth. As I was asked to come as a representative from the high schools. I actually had the pleasure of sitting on the ad hoc committee for the entire summer with Aaron and Yashvi. As you may know, they presented here last year. I just want to say that this proposal really does engage the youth. We had a lot of input on the committee. It was taken into great consideration. As you could hear during the presentation, all of the high schools had many opportunities to be involved in the routes and catch a bus. I also grew up in Toronto, and one thing, Your Worship, that you always say is we want to retain the youth and keep them in Niagara Falls. One thing that the city is currently lacking in regards to the youth and in the eyes of the youth is a proper transit system, and this proposal really does emphasize the need to keep the youth in Niagara Falls and the want of the city to retain them here. The high school service, again, it's much needed right now. If you miss a bus at Stamford, where I go, you are waiting another hour, and you do have to transfer at Main and Ferry. and you will generally have to wait another half hour. But just overall, I just want to say that this is very beneficial to the youth, and I do hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you, Connor. Okay, Sandy Bird.
Good evening, all. My name is Sandy Bird, Your Worship, Council, and I live at 6995 Atlantis Avenue in Niagara Falls. I do sit on the Mayor's Accessibility Committee, but I'm here really, and when I offered my services to be on this committee, I actually had my cousin in mind, because he works for HOCO and he keeps telling me, Sandy, I can't get students to maybe have them for a couple of weeks, and then the parents get sick of picking them up, so goodbye. You know, they don't have transportation. That's it. And really, from now, and we're coming into the Festival of Lights, hopefully we've got a lot of people coming in and staying over, or what have you, and that the different venues will be hiring kids. But those kids have to get home, and those kids have to get there in the first place. Sometimes they have to start at 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes through the evening, if they're working around the casino, whatever, their hours go to maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning before they can come home. That's one thing. So that's an additional Sunday that has to be done. But folks, in the real life, you gotta spend money to make money. And with this service, and if you have your students that are able to get to work and get more and more people using the buses, you're going to make that much more money. Doesn't it make sense to try to the world's most perfect address, most well-known address, that we are showing to people that we really care about our city and our people. And we want to make sure that we get everything that our people can get to work, because now, as it was said before, we are a 24-hour-a-day city. And actually, in the summertime, the transit we have to run every night, and I'm saying Monday to Sunday. I really commend Dave Stewart for being proactive in getting our buses retrofitted, and they were done actually for wheelchairs and scooters, and for a minute I'm going to wear my Niagara Caravan hat. Right at the moment, Niagara Caravan is running almost past capacity. It was set up so that people could get to doctor's appointments or any type of medical appointment. A lot of cases, now if you try to call the van, you almost have to book 2 weeks in advance, or else you don't get it. And they actually with having, so if people can't get to go to do their shopping, whatever, it's good that they can get on the bus, know that they're safe, they're buckled in, and that's fine. But there's also the people that have young children. If somebody's got a couple of kiddies and have to get them on the bus and they've got a stroller or whatever, they need that attention too. The bus shelters actually will have to be retrofitted a bit so that a wheelchair can safely go in if they have to wait any length of time if it's inclement weather. And further down the road, the wheelchairs and scooters are increasing in size. The buses will have to accommodate. The buses will have to accommodate. I fully realize that this takes a lot of money, but I feel once people start to use the service, the ridership will definitely be on the rise, and we will be offering more service to more of our great citizens here in the Falls. Thank you for listening, and please, 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 please consider that this needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Silvana Scrow. Silvana.
My address is 7470 Monastery Drive, Unit 28. I moved to the Falls 19 years or so ago, and every time I would, and I'm a legally blind adult woman, and every time I would ask bus drivers about, increasing, why can't they do better bus service, because I don't have family or anybody to help me. A lot of the stuff I do is dependent on me or begging somebody once in a while to get to the grocery store. And I also depend highly on the Red Cross for medical appointments because I just can't handle the stress, the emotional stress of trying to make those appointments within those time periods so I'm not wasting time like I ran into today with the situation. I had to be there on the half hour to that appointment. The bus got me there 20 minutes to the hour, or if I wanted to get there on the half hour, I would have had to have left the house an hour earlier to get there earlier. And then as it turned out, I missed a bus by 10 minutes, and I begged somebody who was leaving the medical building if I could get a ride to anywhere but staying there, and they offered me a ride all the way home. It's not the way I want to do it, but I didn't want to be home 2 hours later because I just missed a bus. Anyway, what I also wanted to say too is that I pay taxes because I own a home almost for 24 years. And one of the things that people have constantly said is, well, that they don't want money to come out, especially for city council, because they say people don't want to increase their taxes. Well, here's the thing. I never had children, but I never begrudgingly gave to pay for kids to schooling, public Catholic schooling, because my money automatically went. It's just something you do. So I'm asking, as somebody who's a disabled person, and you never know what kind of thing may befall anybody in life. You may think for now you'll never need a bus, but who says someday you may not? Why not have it there before you ever have to get to it? So my thing here for you is that if I had to pay to help a neighbor so that their school can get their education, their kids can get education, why can't people realize that they could help me and other me's out there, whether they're people who are trying to make an honest living, but as you know, the jobs we have here don't make a lot of money. So people are doing their best with what they got. But I'll tell you, I'm scared to walk even across the street during the day because I can't see the stoplights, and trying to run and catch buses because if I don't hurry up in the doctor's office or the cash register section and then run through parking lots and catch buses and adjust and think about all of that, it's exhausting. A lot of times I don't even want to go because, as other people have already said, there is no social life for me outside because everything stops at nighttime. I don't see that well during the day, let alone trying to deal with nighttime. Unless you have family, you're not going anywhere. So that, going back to the other point I wanted to say was when I kept asking the bus drivers about increasing the bus service, why not, I kept hearing it's the chicken or the egg scenario, and I am sick and tired of it, and I'm glad I finally had the public format to say it here, because it's not about a chicken or the egg. It's about the fact that we people, are residents of Niagara Falls, we matter just as much as the tourists do. If you guys could find a way to make the people mover happen here, there has to be a way to show respect and dignity to your own people who work really hard to actually pay the taxes so that you guys can have your jobs and do the things that you do. We want to all be proud together. We hope that you'll share in the vision for us, for everybody, whether we take a bus or whether you guys drive a car or walk. I just think that we need to be proud and work together so that everybody can feel safe and respected and not have to go through Nightmare City to get the groceries home. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to go to say, I live at Throwstone in Montrose. I can take the bus to Shoppers Drug Mart over there on Montrose, but to get myself home, I'd either have to walk backwards 45 minutes north of Thurlstone Road. Or I can give you the quick route, which is down to Lundy's Lane, left all the way down with the bus now on our journey to get home. So you wait the next hour for that next bus after you go to Shoppers, and then you got to go all the way down Main and all the way down Ferry, left onto Ellen, right onto Walnut, left onto Victoria, right onto Queen Street, and then it goes around a little loop there on River Road left, up to Bridge to the left, and then left onto Erie, and then it makes its way all the way back to Lundy's Lane and Montrose, but it doesn't stop there to go right anymore. It continues onto its loop journey, which is a nightmare. So anyway, then goes to Beaver Dams, and then goes all the way through the Kayla Road area and everything, as you guys did with the number 5 bus earlier, to Thurlstone and Kayla Road, right onto Thurlstone Road. And by that time, I'm breathing a sigh of relief. I'm almost home. So I get to Montrose and Thurlstone Road. Now I can get off and walk home 10 minutes. So for something that's 5 minutes up the road by car or bus, I have to go through another 55-minute journey before I get back to the same place I started. So my hope and prayer is that if we have the two-way busing, if you don't have to go and do the scenic route tour to get home or anywhere, because we all have places to go, people to see, things to do, it would just make our lives so much easier. So I hope that you'll take into consideration, again, helping each other out, and that, I pay taxes, we all pay taxes. We may not need the same things out of our tax money, depending on our circumstances, depending on our families, our jobs, or, some people need more help in the hospital or from a long-term care. It balances out so everybody helps each other out. That's all I'm asking for. And again, if you see it as a 5-year implementation program, it will pay itself back off. Trust me. We can't keep killing ourselves. It's not safe. And I know it's not safe for me, so I can't go out the door. Forget it. I'm stuck at home. And that's not fun, because I still haven't seen the Gale Center. I still haven't even seen the Scotia Center. I haven't seen any of it. I can't go. And I'm not going to beg every Tom, Dick, and Harry to get me to all these places. There's only so much I can do, and that means if I have to go to the grocery store or the doctor, that's it. Other than that, I stay home. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Steve. And we've also got Will Perrant, Vice President, Finance and Administration at Brock University Students Union. Welcome, Will.
Thank you. Okay. This evening, I'm here to speak on behalf of the students at Brock University. It is late in the year right now. We're getting towards exam time. They're definitely struggling, and it's an important time of year to get them into to campus and from Niagara Falls accessibly. The last thing I want in the next few months is to get a phone call saying that they missed a transfer to get onto the Brock bus, the Brock Rapid, to get them in, and they showed up late for their exam as a result. They are taxpayers as well here in the Niagara region, and they do benefit from the intercity riding that they use within the city of Niagara Falls. The revised Niagara Falls in-city routing proposal. The Brock University Students Union is here to show support of the proposal, and as such had attended the Transit Routing Ad Hoc Advisory Committee, which we were made aware of the last time we came here to speak, and we're definitely grateful of that. Having attended a meeting of the advisory committee, we agree with the principles of the changes and support the proposed plan. New and increased routes will benefit the students and families of the students in many ways. Increased and easier access and linkage to our Brock shuttles, increased safety for students, less walking home in the dark, less time spent waiting at the bus stops and in a variety of weather conditions, and the economic benefits for students and families. No need to drive nor take taxis. They'll be helping the inner city routing system. We advise council to support the changes as an investment in the city and the education, well-being, and future of its residents, especially on the education aspect. And I recently read the article that was posted with regards to Mayor Diodati and looking into the possibility of postgraduate education coming into the Niagara region. And from what I've seen in St. Catharines and the amount of phone calls I get, to have a post-secondary education inside your city, transit is has a huge impact. Also, something to consider, increased routing will be vital to the city looking to house any post-secondary education. I'm definitely doubling over myself there on that one. This evening, something really interesting that I wanted to point out is today I hopped onto our buses that we have at Brock University, our Brock Rapid. And as students were leaving and coming back to Niagara Falls, I got on there and I made the announcement that this was happening tonight and what the proposal was being put forth, as well as later on an announcement with regards to our agreement we have with Niagara Falls Transit. And the students were giving a standing ovation that there's an attempt to fix the intercity routing. They're very, very happy with this. And the bus driver that was driving the bus that I spoke with briefly prior to the bus leaving and me having a chance to talk actually said that she wants the change to happen so much with the inner city bus driving that at the end of the route she was willing to drive any student that stayed on the bus here this evening to drop them off in front of City Hall. And that goes to show that the bus drivers have a huge, huge heart for the transit inside the city, and I think that was really good to see. The Brock Rapid and Busu Niagara Falls Transit Agreement that we have between us and Niagara Falls Transit, which we spoke on in the past, is very important to us and our students. And the linkages that happen between this new routing is going to make it very important for our students and for us to want to improve the routing that we have with Niagara Falls Transit. The way we link it up and the way we have it across the city will be easier based on this new routing system, and we look forward to seeing that happen. And with regards to later on this evening, you'll also have an opportunity to look at the agreement that has had additional routing added to it between Busu and Niagara Falls Transit that will operate from January till April. And we're definitely looking forward to that. With it coming forward tonight in front of you, we are doing our part to improve the system. And have added routes, and we'll continually be working on improving the Brock Rapid shuttle system into the next year, with focus groups occurring next semester throughout January and February, and getting the student impact in the areas of the city that they would like to see the transit occurring, and where it'll benefit them the most. And we look forward to bringing that to your attention when that time comes. Last time we were here, Council was going to follow up with the presentation we made and speak with staff regarding our current agreements, and we welcome any further future response to our earlier presentation to Council. This system is a vital part of the education of many Niagara Falls citizens, and it's a reminder that the system that we provide is open to residents as well, and does also help to link the communities, not only just the students. I hope that you can make an informed decision when reviewing the agreement coming to Council this evening, and we look forward to seeing the outcome that comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabinio. Okay, now we're going to open this up. Is anyone from the gallery? Yeah, you can step forward, sir. Anyone from the gallery that would like to speak? All that we ask again is so we don't repeat. If you have something new to share with us, we'd love to hear from it. If you'd please state your name and your address, sir.
Yes, sir. It's Don Scott, and I'm at 8029 Thomas Street, Niagara Falls.
Thank you.
And I'm here tonight because our bus was taken away on the Norton Loop back on the 17th. We found out on the 15th. And I had some talks with Dave Stewart here and explained what was going on with our bus route, and that we did have some ridership down there, and we lost our service to Sodom Road, from what I understand, the 3 times that they came to ours. But I'm CNIB, my daughter is CNIB. The bus service was removed regardless. We got 2 days' notice that he said that he had just told us before it wouldn't happen, and he offered us the trans cab on the phone. I said, well, that would work best for us. He discussed the Charavan. I said, I can't take a ride away from someone in a wheelchair. We've just heard tonight how crowded that it is on there and how long. He said, you'd have to give 1 day's notice, but you can ride that trans cab. Well, that's not really what we need. And I'm hearing tonight about trans cab and how they look after the CNIB people. My daughter's CNIB. She's got glaucoma. If she falls, there's a real problem. I asked this councillor to put my name on the list. I believe the councillor next said no. So I had to put my hand up to get on the list. They didn't want me to speak tonight. It's imperative that we have a bus service. You didn't tell
That's
me
okay, if you can direct the comments to me.
Yes.
Anyone can speak.
Okay.
So that's
well,
fine.
I appreciate that. I really do. And I appreciate the bus people, the drivers know what we're talking about. They've expressed to me, we were told there was 1 rider on the Norton Loop where we get on it riding. And that's just not true. I did surveys ourselves, went on the bus. There was 4 to 5 people that got on that bus a lot of times. The bus drivers all know this. And we've been told, they encouraged us to come tonight. I found out today that this was the meeting for the bus. When I asked before, I talked to your secretary. She assured me she'd call me back. She would get in touch with, you referred it back to the bus people. I never got a call in 5 weeks. So I called back to your secretary again, and she said, the assistant to you, and she said that, let me go now. I will call right away and see why you didn't get a phone call. That's over a week and a half ago. No call back today. I only found out through one of the bus drivers that the meeting was tonight, and that was one of the reasons I had called. And I'm hearing all the sympathy tonight for different ones, and I appreciate everything that everybody said, and even what Dave said. I'm not against the bus service, but don't take away what we already have. We need it.
Well, maybe we can get a response from Mr. Stewart.
We were offered the Transcab, and it was pulled away. It was done by a message on my answering machine, and I put a call right back into Dave within 2 hours. No call back to this date. None.
Okay. Well, maybe we can find out just about the Norton route specifically. Maybe can someone explain what the status is on that one?
Could I just explain one other thing about the Norton
Yeah.
route? I went to Sodom Road at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning. The last person to get off the bus was at the library. No one got on the bus at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning at Sodom Road. And when I told this to Dave Stewart, he said, well, the potential is there. Well, the potential's at ours too. We had 2 people just moved into the house next door. They're from San Diego. He's got a bad heart. And they asked us about the bus. She has osteoporosis and everything. And they wanted to ride the bus. And they asked us where to pick it up. I said, you got to go a kilometer to the corner. So there's been no sympathy on our part. And I threatened to go to the human rights because I did talk to them about it to see what my options were. So I have been denied a lot of things about finding out about your meeting tonight.
Okay. Well, maybe we can find out. Thank you. Mr. Stewart, could you help us just to find out about the Norton route, what the plan is, and maybe some clarity on that?
We have a rather unique situation in here. Mr. Scott, I have spoken to him on many occasions. I apologize. Yeah. This is one of those crazy situations where the bus went on certain streets for one trip and then on different streets the following trip. And we wanted to address that. It was awkward for people to understand which trip it went on, which routes at different times. It was difficult to market. We had brought it up at the committee and talked about this. We know that the area at Main and Sodom is evolving. It's a neighborhood that's growing. There's many new houses out there, young families out there. The area that Mr. Scott is referring to and where he lives, it's kind of in the Chippewa Parkway area. Now, the bus has been going down there an awful long time. We know that. We know a lot of operators here drive that route. We did do our studies. We did do counts. We found that the ridership in that area is modest at best, to be honest with you. We're hopeful, again, I'll use the word hopeful, that the area at Main and Sodom that's evolving will grow into something larger and that'll generate greater ridership moving forward. It is an awkward situation. I was hopeful that we could offer a Transcab to Mr. Scott. He said that would work for him. We talked about that. We talked about the opportunity of going on to Chair-a-Van. It's not optimal in his situation, as he indicated. He doesn't really in need of that kind of specialized service. He certainly doesn't want to have to call at least a day ahead to book the service. It's not the independence he would like to have for his life and his family. The Transcab is somewhat contentious. We understand that. It's contentious within our membership. They see that in some ways as contracting out. It was an awkward conversation to have. Again, I was hopeful we could offer that to him for various reasons. It was not made available to offer in that situation, so we're kind of at this awkward stalemate that we're in right now. The committee sees a consistent route structure going to Main and Sodom moving forward. They don't like the kind of sometimes on the Chippewa Parkway, sometimes not on the Chippewa Parkway, sometimes they even get, there was actually 3 options there. It went down all of our certain trips. It was really a bit of a dog's breakfast, and we're trying to rectify that problem moving forward. And again, I guess in a roundabout way to answer his question, it's an awkward situation we have here. We are looking for a little direction from council on whether we can offer a Transcab service that will meet his needs. I unilaterally, on behalf of the staff, can't make that financial investment without some direction.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Dren wanted to also comment on this.
Yeah, it's just about the Transcab, Your Worship. The direction we received from council approximately about 6 months ago indicated that Transcab is under review, that no further action should be taken. We were waiting for this report, which identifies, the committee identified that Transcab is a viable option, and therefore, with the recommendation of this report and the approval to move forward on, the routing structure and the concepts that the committee put forward, would allow us to proceed with Transcab. And I think that's the best solution for for Mr. Scott that Transcab would be available to him. So that being said, at the end of this evening, if everything goes forward with that type of, the council is agreeable to the structure and that moving forward, it still has to go to budget, but the component or the aspect of Transcab would be resolved this evening, and we'd be able to set that up with Mr. Scott.
Okay. Well, we'll just, yes, Mr. Scott, did you want to?
I agree with him on that, and
Okay.
that would be acceptable. I think that the Transcab was the best option for us. I have a wife who just had open heart surgery. There's many, many prescriptions to go get. One day's notice just don't work. You have to go when you have to go.
Yeah. And I'm assuming, do we have Mr. Scott's number so we can follow up with him? Yeah, and we could do that? Okay, so we've got your number, and staff have assured they'll follow up with you on
Thank you
this.
very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just 1 second, ma'am. Councilor Morocco? Yeah, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Can I
Just to
add-
Mr. Scott's point, I just want to clarify something. The gentleman came to ask if he could speak, and I said, sure, that shouldn't be a problem. And I leaned over to Councilor Iannoni to say, let's support getting him up to speak. So
I appreciate that. It's just that.
But it's a process where you just have to wait for everybody else.
Oh, that's not a problem.
to speak.
That's only fair.
Okay, so I just wanted to clear that.
Okay.
I was told that Mrs. Nanoni was opposed to the Transcab. That's what the bus service told me. And so she said, I was told it was shut down because she disagreed with it. And I know,
Okay.
I know, but that's what I was told.
Well, that's good. We're good. We're good. We're gonna
Hey, I'm just telling what I was told.
No, I
on the-
appreciate it. Thank
On
you.
the answer machine, that's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate the comments.
And-
Mr. Dren, did you want to?
I just,
We just want to move beyond this because staff
but I
are
just
going to
had to
address
add
it.
one thing to it because I don't want to cost the city money.
Okay.
All I needed the
Okay,
Transcab
let's
for.
listen. Okay.
All I needed the Transcab for was to get us to the regular bus route. Okay.
Right.
that's fine.
No, I understand.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Yep.
Yes, basically is what, just to reiterate what I said before, it was a direction that we received not to do anything with Transcab at this point, and that's what we indicated, and that's why we didn't move forward with the Transcab. We offered the Chair-a-van as a solution until we get some answers, and so tonight, hopefully, we're getting some answers, and we'll be able to move forward and assist Mr. Scott.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Ma'am, yes? Yep. Did you want to come up here? Yes. Please? Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, let's just be clear. Nobody asked me if Mr. Scott could have Transcab, and I said no. Let's just, okay.
That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard.
It's on the answer machine.
Myself.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Right in front of you, about 2 feet away. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Hilda Fair, and I'm sure I look familiar to you.
Yeah? Where's your dog?
Yeah, yes, exactly. I also sit on the Mayor's Accessibility Committee, and I moved to Niagara Falls March of 2010. I lived in Brantford grew up on Dairy Farm, so I moved into Brantford in '82. Giving my age away, unfortunately. But anyways, I have used transit since '82 because I lost my sight due to a disease I have, which was inherited, unfortunately. But anyways, in Brantford, in the mid-'70s, when it was a lot smaller, their bus service was every 30 minutes and has been ever since. And now I hear that, all this stuff went on before the city took over it. I'm just astounded that, there hasn't been a much larger outcry sooner about the transit service in this community. For me to go to Food Basics, which I choose to go to, takes me an hour and a half, one way. I mean, then you wait for, I can time it pretty good. I can be out to the bus, catch the next bus. But that's still an hour and a half on the bus with groceries. My milk, my frozen food, it doesn't do well in the summertime. Wintertime, that's not a problem. And then you got the wintertime with the snowbanks. Lugging your cart over the bus, over the snowbanks. I love riding the bus. It just takes me forever. When I go to my meeting for the Accessibility Committee, I leave the house at 5 to 12 to catch my bus, and I get there at 10 to 1. The meeting doesn't start till 1:30. I leave at 10 to 4. I'm not home till 20 to 5. That's a long time. And we who are blind cannot use Chair-a-van because we can walk more than the limit that it states. Unless we have another medical reason why we can't use it, we are not allowed to use the chair van. And that's been around for many years because Brantford had the same thing. Hamilton has the same thing as well. The next stop announcements. That is something that needs to be added now, not later. It doesn't help only, it helps those of us who are visually impaired, but also helps sighted people because in the wintertime, the windows fog up. If the buses are loaded, you can't see out in front of you where if you're coming up to your stop. It'll help so many more people. I was just in Hamilton today for a medical appointment. It's wonderful. I didn't even have to ask the driver to let me off. Once oh gee, this is great. It announced the stop as it'll say next stop at such and such. And when you hear that, you ring the bell. And you know, it's so good to be able to do that independently. And I'm one who wants to be very independent. My dad says I'm too stubborn. And I always say, well, thanks, Dad, but I got it from you. I just hope I live as long as my dad is. He'll be 85 New Year's Day. But you know, it's so important for us who are visually impaired to be able to rely on that bus because we don't have another choice. We can't use the chair van to get to our appointments. Yes, we can use Red Cross to get to our medical appointments. And that comes with a cost too. I mean, to go to Hamilton, I don't know how much it is because I didn't even bother asking. I just hopped the GO Transit bus and took it. And then next month I've got to go to Toronto. I hopped the GO bus and then I hopped the get off and hop the subway to go up to the hospital. You know, it's just that freedom to be able to go and do it independently. And I am a very strong, independent person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Would you like to come forward, ma'am? Yep. Hello, if you state your name and your address.
Yes, my name is Kimberly Simons. I live at 4834 Buckley Avenue. I am here because I am a single mother. I take the bus on a regular basis with my 4-year-old daughter, who is actually sound asleep in the back row right now. Just because I am a single mother, I don't have the ability to have other people help me out with getting to places and help me with things that I need. I also run a home daycare, and I regularly have 4 to 6 little children with me that can be anywhere from infants all the way up to teenagers. One of my biggest things is when we're taking the bus places, it's hard to get, like, with the children to transfer points on a consistent basis. And I've noticed with your new schedule that there's going to be a lot more transferring because you've now divided routes into half routes. So to me, that doesn't seem like a very logical idea, just because that it requires me transferring with 5 young children across a very busy street, trying to get through cars and everything, and make sure that the bus driver doesn't leave away, try to drive away on us without leaving, because we've had that happen more than once, and we've had to then wait for the next bus at the transfer point. There's also still areas of the city that the bus does not actually go to. There's places like the first speaker that we had here today, the Heartland Forest person. We love Heartland Forest, me and my children. And there's no buses that go out there. The closest bus stop is the Niagara Square, and it's a 35-minute walk on a gravel road. That is not a fun walk to do with 5 screaming children, especially pushing a stroller. And that is not a fun walk. I also like to take them to the Niagara Children's Museum. That is on Oakwood, which again, the closest bus stop is the new Walmart, and that's about a half-an-hour walk going down Oakwood, when it'd be very simple to have a bus go farther down Montrose and then up Oakwood. That would be a very simple thing, and then pull into the new Walmart. That would be a very simple thing for it to do as a loop for going from the Walmart to the Niagara Square, but they don't do that. They go back out onto McLeod Road and then back into the Niagara Square instead of just going down Oakwood. It would, like, the Niagara Falls Children's Museum is a great place to take kids, and it doesn't operate very often because then not a lot of people utilize it. Also with Fireman's Park, there's no bus service that goes anywhere near Fireman's Park area. There's an interactive play place that's across the street from Fireman's Park, and the closest bus stop is a 15-minute walk away. And doing that with 4 or 5 children, it's not very fun. Another topic that I quickly would like to address, but I know that this is more to do with bus routes, is I take all the children on the bus, and I have to have the stroller folded. If I don't have the children in the stroller, then if I have to have the children get onto the bus. A lot of my children are little; they're like 1 and 2 years old. They do trip and fall. The drivers get irritated at me for having to wait for my little children to get onto the bus because they can't be in the stroller to be on the bus. And then once we get off the bus, we have to transfer, and people don't make concessions to move away from the doorways and stuff in order to allow the young children to get on and off the bus. Also, by having the children not be in the strollers, it also does make it harder for doing transfers because I'm carrying normally 1 or 2 babies on either hip and a folded stroller while trying to transfer at Main and Ferry, which we do on a daily basis. All the drivers here do recognize me as a regular, and they see that I have different children with me every day. And so, that's one of my biggest contentions. And also, one of the biggest points that you guys were talking about is increasing ridership. Being a single parent, I know that there's tons of single parents out there who require bus transportation, and they don't use it because of infrequent schedules or just the stroller issue in the first place, that we have to have our little kids out of the strollers, carry the children on the bus plus the stroller. And I know back when I first had my daughter, I had a lot of friends who were the teenage moms who lived in Hannah House. And for them to get on the bus, it was an ordeal. They would rather walk 20 minutes in the pouring rain with the children than have to go to a bus stop and try to lug the baby in the car seat with the stroller on the bus. Because the drivers will stop and help out elderly people or people in wheelchairs to get with the accessibility of getting on the bus, but they don't allow that same accommodation for people with young children. Also, the bus map itself does state in it that people with young children are required to take the first available seats available. I've had it where I've been requested by the driver to move for a person with a disability. How is a person with a disability taking a more of an advantage than a 2-year-old? That is my 2 cents. My main point was just to hear my voice, because there was a lot of discussion about people with disabilities and the elderly, but nobody was speaking on behalf of the single parent out there.
Appreciate that.
And like I said, I'm not alone. There's thousands of us that could use the bus more often and would use the bus more often if the service was better for single parents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, sir. Yeah, you can come on up. Sure. You can state your name, your address, sir.
My name is Richard Lill, and I live at 4687 Morrison Street. And I take the bus to where I work, Niagara Support Services. I go there on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. And I have to leave where I live, go up to Morrison and Victoria and catch number 4 going to Main Street. Then I have to transfer onto another bus that goes to Stanford Center. But usually once in a while I would leave early and go up to Queen and Ballyway, catch number 12, the bus that goes to Stanford Center, and it would get me there between 10 after 8 and 15 minutes after 8. I have to take number 4 going to Main and Ferry, get off, and catch number 6 at 15 after at Moneymar on Main Street, and it gets me into Stanford Center between 25 to the hour and 22 the hour. I like the improved services that is going to be taking effect, as of next year, I can go take Route 12 at Queen and Valley Way to get to Stanford Center.
So, sir, are you saying, do you support making changes?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I support the proposed changes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Is there any new ideas out there or anything else? I think everyone agrees that's in the audience. Does anyone not support the changes in the audience? Okay, all right. Yeah, I dare you to stand up. Yes, ma'am. You can step forward if you can state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Baldo, and I live on Lakewood Crescent here in Niagara Falls. I was just wondering, am I only allowed to address questions and everything to yourself, or am I allowed to ask?
Well, through me, you can ask them to whoever you want.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was anyone on council who does use public transit as their main mode of
I
transportation.
don't think so.
No, okay. I was wondering if anyone was willing to, for 1 week, from Monday to Sunday, of any time, to use public transit for their groceries, to bring their children to appointments, to go to church, to go to the gym, to go to work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was just wondering if anyone was willing to do
that. Probably not. Probably not.
All right. Well, just think of us then when you're making your decisions to pass this. And I also just wanted to say that I've lived in Calgary, England, Scotland, and Italy. And Niagara Falls is always home. I love Niagara Falls. I've lived in cities of populations ranging from 10,000 to 1 million. And this is by far the worst transportation system, unfortunately. Even in a city of town of 10,000, it was much better than that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Have we gathered all the information now? So everyone, we understand you're not pleased with the way it is, and you like the recommendation. So unless there's any new ideas that we haven't heard, then we can entertain a motion from the City Council. Moved by Councillor Ioannoni. You're moving the recommendation?
I already did. I think Councillor Pietrangelo seconded
Yes,
it. It
I
was a
think
long
you're
time
right.
ago. Just, Mr. Mayor, just in closing, I'd like to thank the Council for endorsing the creation of the committee. I'd like to also thank the staff and the committee, Carl Dren, Dave Stewart, Bob Goody, who worked very hard with us to do this. I'd like to thank, first and foremost, the bus drivers who provided us with more information, factual information, and gave us the starting point that we could, the springboard to start with on our first meeting at the community center. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say I hope council takes a good hard look. I hope we have the courage to make that investment, and I think it will help all the sectors of public that have come forward and those that aren't here and sitting at home, because we had almost 1,000 people fill out a survey who clearly were not here. We have people who couldn't have been here tonight, but our transit system's for everybody. Maybe not the 9 of us who are not going to use it, but there are thousands and thousands out there that do, and they really need us to help them. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody here.
We got it. Moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any comments to the motion? Okay, then we'll go. Yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify my comments from earlier. I mean, I guess all I wanted to say is that, I wanted some acknowledgement that council was trying. I mean, we took over the commission, or we took over transit from the commission in 2007. I think we commissioned the study in 2008. We received the findings back in 2009. 2009, 2010, 2011, we did start to make, infrastructure improvements. All I wanted was a bit of acknowledgement. I realized from the report that it's not enough. I just wanted it to be acknowledged by staff, that's all.
Yeah, fair enough. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I think, although it's been a long evening, I think it's been extremely productive. I appreciated the expertise from the committee and the people who work for the city, and also I want to compliment Councillor Iannone for putting in the time and bringing this forward to us. It certainly, obviously, hasn't been easy. And the question was asked, is there anybody here who's going to ride the transit from around the council table, pick up their groceries? And there wasn't any hands that went up in a hurry, I could see that. But I want to say to the last 8 or 10 speakers, that was more meaningful to me than the entire rest of the evening, because although we don't ride the bus, although we don't have some of the difficulties and disabilities that some of the people that were up here tonight, to hear them say from their heart the problems and the concerns that they have and how important this is was truly the meaningful message that came through tonight. And I thank those people who got up and spoke. It was very good.
And having said that, I can also say there are a number of us around this table that did go away for school and did utilize transit and did exactly the things that everyone said, doing laundry, grocery shopping, going to school, living. So we know what it's like, and yes, it's easier in a car. I'm not going to argue that one. So anyway, we have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. What's that? Yeah, I'm going to mention that. Yeah.
We lost 4.
We're hoping that they could extend the
We've lost quorum. We have to wait for councillors to get back from the bathroom. They call that water talk.
I'd say Powell.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Because we can't continue.
It burned me during breaking.
This part's going to.
Oh, yeah,
I know.
But aside from that, yeah, I know. But aside from that,
yeah. Make you dig. Go get that. That's what I'm trying to find. I wrote it down. Where is it? Mr. Scott North Road. That's a cross.
Jim, they've gone from Washington out there.
Okay.
Okay, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess here, so if someone needs to run to the washroom, here's your chance. We'll come back at 10:15. All the camera guys are running. It's a good chance for them to play Christmas music.
Thank you for doing that, because we had some people here who've been sitting around all evening waiting for this to come forward. And I had the opportunity to speak to the solicitor for a couple of minutes before he left, and he really didn't have the opportunity to peruse the report. We have a letter from one of the bidders outlining numerous inconsistencies with respect to, in their opinion, how the tender was handled. I sat around in a lot of tender meetings when I was here at City Hall, and the prime aspect of it was if somebody hadn't completed the tender properly or it was in error in any way, the tender went. In this situation, the tender was canceled, and I did have a chance to talk to the solicitor for a minute. He said the whole tender was a mess. I don't know that, and he's not here tonight to respond to that. We have a solicitor's letter from the one of the tenderers, and I understand another one who tendered, who was successful in some aspect of it, was unhappy with the tender being seconded. When you cancel a tender, everybody has your prices, and certainly when you re-tender it, they have the opportunity to be privy to what you put in before, and there's the opportunity for good, solid people who have done the snow plowing for years to be outbid. The one tender that was successful, and really the reason for it being thrown out in the information that I have, was basically a partial tender. It didn't include the hauling whatsoever. So I want to give the opportunity for anybody to speak. Certainly Mr. Sacco is here. And I don't know what the answer is on this, whether it should be deferred until we have the solicitor review it and a report back. It was suggested that the previous people who had the contract could do the snow plowing in case in the next couple of weeks we have snow, so we can continue on the service. But I think in fairness to all concerned, we should have all the information available and make sure we have the opportunity to be fair and equitable in this situation. Because once you cancel a tender, rather than throwing out the ones or the one that was inadequate, and I don't know whether there's a history of the one tenderer, whether he has adequate equipment, whether he has the experience, whether he has the track record to even carry out this responsibility. So I think we have numerous problems, and I would first of all give the opportunity. Did you want to speak? Say something else, Vic?
Well, just you've said pretty much everything that's
Okay.
process.
Anyway, I would ask the, and I brought this to the attention of the city manager over a week or so ago, and he's done basically nothing about that. Actually, I just had a casual conversation about it, but I would like to even have his comments with respect to that. I know the clerk wants to
yeah, so
jump in. Yeah.
Well, through Mr. Mayor, and I've spoken to Mr. Sacco a couple times about it, and obviously the clerk and Mr. Duran, who's responsible for it. There are a few options before council. I'll just caution you that if we are going to, I know the solicitor suggested perhaps deferring this to the next meeting. If we did that, we'd have to ensure that the current contractors would carry on in case we get a storm. But council does have some options before it. One of them could be that you obviously approve the recommendations before you tonight. You could defer it. You could simply cancel the tender altogether and get an extension of existing contracts with the existing people. You could limit that to 1 year rather than 3 years and go it again next year and clean this tender up and start all over again. So, where staff's, Dean may have the clerk may have a couple of other suggestions for us, but certainly there are some options that we can deal with tonight.
Okay, wants the clerk to talk?
Yeah, a couple comments, and I did provide a memo in the council package from a supply and services point of view. I'm not the technical expert on snow plowing, nor do I purport to be. We had valid reasons for canceling the original tender, which we felt from a legal point of view and from a supply and services point of view we had to do. Yes, obviously when you cancel a tender, the second tender, people know what the prices are, but actually, if you actually analyze the bids, some went up, some went down, most of them stayed the same. I think probably what sort of a compromise position would be is that the second tender, which is the sanding and salting tender, I don't think anybody has any difficulty with it. The representative from Warden's here, he could speak to that. I would suggest that there's really nothing wrong with that tender, and that one should be approved. It's the first tender, which is actually the snow plowing and hauling, which is difficult. And I really think we do have to go to square one as far as redoing that tender. And my suggestion would be that you cancel that tender as it is today, extend the existing contract for another year, and then which would be to the two people who are in this room, okay? And then we'd come back next year with a revised plowing and hauling tender.
Councillor Thompson?
Words of wisdom. I think that solves the problem temporarily. That we cancel this because of the confusion. We don't have to worry about the report from the solicitor, and we carry on with the existing people, and we re-tender it next year once.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pierangelo. Anyone want to speak to it? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Great. Now we can get to the exciting part, my announcements. No, I couldn't, because we lost quorum. No, we lost quorum. Everyone went to the washroom. They were drinking all that bottled water. Everyone had to run to the bathroom.
Too much oxygen.
First off, it's with sadness that I announce that Councillor Wing's mother, Eva Wing, has passed away today. Our thoughts are certainly with Councillor Wing today, and we'll be praying for her and her family as they endure this difficult time. Chamber of Commerce Outstanding Business Achievement Awards took place on Friday. I was happy to be there as the Chamber came together to celebrate a number of their successful businesses, and it was a great night at Club Italia. I definitely want to talk about prostate for cancer for just a second, Councillor. I'm trying to be like Councillor Gates and the two Waynes in the room here right now. Pasta for prostate took place, and this is the prostate cancer tie. It took place this, yeah, go ahead, you want to take it? Hold on, let me fix it. Okay, let me, you get that, Carl?
Wait.
Got it. This was the event that took place at the Casa d'Oro. Did you get it? Yeah. Took place at the Casa d'Oro, and it was to support Tony Roberto. Tony Roberto has been at the Juravinsky Clinic dealing with prostate cancer, and he decided that he would reach out to the community to give back because he's been so lucky. And they had a big event that took place at their place. They were packed all day Sunday. I was there with the kids. I know Councillor Gates and Morocco were there as well. It was very, very, very popular. And the reason, of course, I wear the mustache is because it's Movember. And this is for all the guys. This year I couldn't grow one because my sister asked me to be the godfather for her daughter, and she threatened me if I had a goofy-looking mustache this year for the pictures, so I didn't. So congratulations to everyone participating in Movember, and congratulations to the Roberto family. Great event at the Casa d'Oro. Santa Claus Parade. We had a great weather this year. Usually we're worried about freezing. This year we're worried about sunburn. So most of the council were there. We were passing out our new tattoos, removable tattoos, which the kids seemed to get a real kick out of this year. It was a lot of fun. Great day. Congratulations to all the staff who organized it. The Rick Hansen Relay, of course, it took place 25th anniversary since Rick Hansen came through town. It ended up at the, they came through the City Hall area, and then they ended up at the Scotiabank Convention Center. And then the next day we left off St. Mike's High School with Councillor Pierangelo, and of course the whole school was in the gymnasium for that. That was a lot of fun. Public art unveiling. Yes, and I wore one of the anti-bullying shirts donated to me by Councillor Pierangelo. Thank you for that pink shirt. That was great that I got to wear that day. Public art unveiling. We're proud to unveil a new piece of public art that's going to be unveiled this Thursday at the Gale Center. This unique hockey statue was built and donated by Ironworks Niagara, a division of Automation Devices, the Marino family. It's an 800-pound, $100,000 structure that will be proudly displayed out front of the Gale Center. The public is invited to the unveiling this Thursday, December the 1st at 3:30 at the Gale Center outside, and there will be a naming contest which is currently taking away, and all you have to do is go to the City of Niagara Falls website, go to niagarafalls.ca, and you could help name the new Ironworks display. Snow buddies, we want to point out to everyone, it hasn't snowed yet, thankfully, and hopefully not till Christmas Eve, but it's coming, and we do have a Snow Buddies program sponsored here through the city. You can go to the website for information. This is actually through Community Support Services of Niagara, and they're going to be having an orientation for volunteers. So anyone out there that wants to help seniors, shut-ins, disabled people, maybe to shovel their stairs or their walkway, this is not a driveway shoveling thing. This is to help people get out of their house. And for students that need to get their volunteer hours, it's a great opportunity. For people that want to get some exercise or get out and reach out to the community, it's a great opportunity as well. Just go on the City of Niagara Falls website and click on the Snow Buddies emblem, and you can get all the information there. And as I say, 5:30 till 6:30, there will be an orientation taking place tomorrow night right here at City Hall. Congratulations to the A.N. Meyer Marauders on their perfect season for girls basketball. They went 34-0, and they won SASA. And as well, the final outcome for them was silver medal winners at the OFSA finals for all of Ontario. So we're happy for them. And I know we've got another announcement coming up later on, Councillor Pietrangelo, for some other sporting things that took place in the city. And the last thing to mention is Toys for Tickets. Anybody that's getting parking tickets between the dates of November the 7th and December the 6th can bring their tickets down to City Hall, and our parking and traffic department has arranged where you can pay your ticket with a toy. We'd ask maybe Mr. Dren, our Director of Transportation, if he could maybe share with us anything about this program.
Yes, I was just going to add that it's not only for a ticket. If people want to come down and donate a toy, we'll make sure that Project Share gets it. Salvation Army gets it. And so we accept. Last year we got a whole bunch of extra toys, and nobody had a ticket. They just brought the toys in to share with the kids.
Oh, that's great. So, you know, you don't get quite as angry when you can, instead of paying the city, that darn city, you can give a toy for Salvation Army to go to some kid for Christmas, which is great. And as well as pointed out, you don't have to get a ticket. You don't need that excuse. You can come down and bring a toy, and we're happy to take it from you. So thank you. That ends the announcements. And on to communications and comments of the city clerk. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, this has to do with the Convention Center.
Item 1, the Scotiabank Convention Center requesting an amendment to the city's bylaw for smoking.
Yes, this has become a problem. As everybody knows, we were able to get a convention center here through the efforts of the Fallsview BIA. It is in the ownership of the city simply because for economies they would not have to pay taxes on the facility to make it more financially viable. As a result of being in the city's ownership, then the bylaw that we passed several weeks ago with respect to smoking on city properties has adversely affected the convention center. The policy is appropriate for city businesses, but when you look at other convention facilities, you look at the casino, there's always an opportunity for people who are usually visiting the city as a casino and the convention center, out-of-town people who come here and are not familiar with our local requirements and local bylaws. The convention center people have attempted to police this. It's an impossibility because the people just walk out and start smoking. So they have, at the clerk's request, designated 3 different areas which they would set aside as smoking areas. It's unfair There are other private sector convention facilities within the city that are not adversely affected the same way. I think this is a unique situation. I personally am not in favor of extending smoking requirements anywhere, but I think this is a very unusual situation, and it's causing a lot of grief with the staff there when they're trying to control what is going on here. So I would like to make a motion that we accept the 3 areas that have been designated at the convention site to give them the opportunity to function as usual convention centers and other facilities do in other communities.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Thompson. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Pietrangelo? Okay. Is there any discussion? Councillor Morocco and then Councillor
Yes,
Maves?
Mr. Mayor. I will not support that, actually, because I want to make sure that we support a healthy Niagara. And I think we're just looking at opening up Pandora's box here. Because if we look at one city building, and we're going to have all these other city buildings, and I remember the time, too, at the casino, and they had their smoking. We had every hotel owner in the city trying to come after us to lobby to get smoking in their bars as well. So I can't make any exceptions. I only hope that the people that come here will take the time to smoke en route, or maybe back at their hotels, or you know, off the site. But I think that we have to be consistent and hold to rule. So I cannot support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maves?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm just wondering though too, I think at the time I was opposed to the smoking bylaw, the non-smoking bylaw, simply because I thought there were going to be places in Niagara Falls where smoking was going to happen, or possibly people could be designated to smoke. And I'm just wondering, I'll support this simply because it's obviously a business situation for Niagara Falls, but I'm wondering if there aren't any other places in the city who are in a similar situation we're going to allow smoking. I mean, there are going to be places, I'm sure there's going to be out-of-town hockey teams and different things, and people are just going to walk in and possibly in our arena and they'll start smoking, not knowing that, and I know there's signs posted, but I think there's other situations besides this where we have outsiders coming in that are not familiar with our bylaw, and I'm wondering perhaps somebody on the staff can look into that, or have they had any other complaints? Does anybody know anything about that?
Staff are looking the other way every time I look at them now. Yeah, Mr. Alfreda.
Well, I mean, there's been media reports saying, you know, is the bylaw being enforced? I mean, we always get complaints where, you know, a woman will be at a park and say, there's someone smoking here, where's a bylaw officer? And as we've always said, part of this bylaw would be more public education. It's very similar, the analogy we make is to the poop and scoop, where, you know, what you're trying to do is change behavior. I mean, you know, my guys, there's 3 of my guys throughout the whole city, so we very rarely catch somebody's dog doing his business, you know. Similarly, you know, we have caught people smoking on city property. We've given them warnings, explained the bylaw to them. We do have a process in place where we will be targeting our city parks in the spring especially, doing a bit of a rotation. The issue at the convention center is we have gone out. We have gone out on occasion. The management at the convention center has complained that, you know, there's people smoking on their property. They've actually complained that some of their staff have been smoking on their property, and we've said to that, well, you've got a lot of authority over your own staff by telling them not to smoke when they're on the premises. So enforcement is always difficult. We try to use education. You know, the only other facilities you'd be talking about are our arenas. Yes, we get out of town teams coming in to our arenas, but I mean, obviously, if they're engaged in physical activities, we hope they wouldn't be smoking. We realize that's, you know, is maybe unrealistic, but you know, we're trying to set an example.
We haven't issued a summons or a fine to anyone yet, according to any of these bylaws?
No, we haven't, and we didn't intend on doing that at all this year. I think next year we will.
Okay. Councillor Carrier?
Well, Your Worship, this is a unique situation where we're trying to run a convention center in competition with other centers that are running a convention center, that it's more convenient for their people to step out and have a smoke. I'm sure there's no one at this council that wants the convention center not to be successful and that any expenses to fall back on the municipality. We want to do everything we can do to help them without subsidizing them from the city to help them be successful. I think this is important for them, so I'm going to support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments before we call the vote? Okay, there's a motion to approve, basically. Okay. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, it passes. Next up, celebrating downtown, requesting relief of costs and extension of the noise bylaw.
Is it possible to have that recorded?
This one or the last one?
Last.
Procedurally?
Well, if there's a request made, I mean, the vote's already taken place. But
Or not, I don't know. Just mark down.
Aren't you supposed to do, I have no problem, you can record whatever you want. People put their hands up to vote the way they should. And
yeah, I'd like to point something out. If you read your minutes, you'll know that we record every vote. I mean, we record who's opposed. I mean, you know, if you want to find out how he wants to vote, then, you know.
Big secret. What will I do? Okay, so we're good? Celebrating downtown, request relief of costs and extension of the noise bylaw for the candlelight stroll. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Iannone. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Okay. Third, Costello Productions request consideration for new city parade float. Councillor. Okay, refer to staff by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? Okay. Refer to staff. That one's yours, Kath. Regional Municipality of Niagara requesting endorsement of Brock University's strategy to secure financial support for a business incubator. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Serge here?
No.
No?
Did you want to comment on it? Okay.
I just want to know what, maybe we can, rather than get into this, can we defer it for a couple of weeks? I had some questions. Is this a public-funded body getting into the economic development business? Is there any concerns from Mr. Filisetti's point of view with respect to that? There are some things that happen in colleges in this area which are in direct competition with the private sector, being subsidized by taxpayers' dollars. I'll maybe elaborate on that next time it comes back.
Okay.
But,
refer it to staff.
Yeah, let's refer it to staff and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Town of Niagara Lake requesting support of a resolution for a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing and treatment of wastewater within the Great Lakes Basin. Councillor Maves? Moved by Councillor Maves, second by Councillor Gates. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. And Family Literacy Day requesting January 27th to be Family Literacy Day. Moved by Councillor Iannone, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Are there any additional items for Council's consideration, Mr. Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pietrangelo?
I had a question actually about number 5. I mean, does that bind us from then putting wastewater into the Great Lakes Basin?
No. They're just asking that other levels of government do more, because apparently right now there's no rules, and they can put anything they want into the ground, including from reactors, and then they're going to treat it at a water treatment plant, then pump it into the Niagara River. And they're saying, like, we need to regulate this just a little bit, slow it down. So that's all they're saying. They're saying we need the government to get involved. Okay, so that one's good. Any additional items for Council's consideration, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship. In your handouts this evening is a memo from Mr. Dren, Director of Transportation Services. You will recall at the last meeting there was a report on parking in the Bridge Street area. Staff has come back fairly quickly on this. There's included in the memo is the history of parking enforcement in that area. But Mr. Dren and his staff have met with the CBSA, the customs people, and they're okay with moving to one of the municipal lots. So the recommendation is that that the 2-hour free parking zone be enforced on Bridge Street between Erie Avenue and River Road on a regular basis, that a 1-month grace period during the month of December 2011 be instituted as a transition to paid parking, and that monthly parking rates be phased in over the first 6 months to those who currently utilize Bridge Street to park all day effective January 1st, 2012.
Okay, we have a recommendation on regarding the parking on Bridge Street, and we've already met with the CVSA people. Moved by Councilor Ioannoni, seconded by Councilor Morocco. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? All right, thank you. Okay, we're into reports. First one is regarding the council schedule. Council Carrio.
I'd just like to ask for a deferral. I spoke to the clerk before and spoken to some of the councilors. I'd like to have a look at whether or not we could do our council meetings on a different day. Before we could even have a discussion, the clerk has to make some inquiries as to whether or not Kojiko could be here on a different day. So if we could defer this to their next meeting to have a discussion.
And you're saying part of the problem is being Mondays, there's no time to call anyone.
But there's no time to get, it's difficult to get a senior staff person on a Monday. We're getting our packages late on Thursdays, sometimes Fridays. Maybe we need to move our meetings more toward the middle of the week so that we have more chance.
Then we'll get our package Monday.
Just like
Councilor Thompson?
Yeah, I'll second the referral, and just wonder, we had a discussion about this before, and I thought we were going to receive a report back on the system that we're using at the present time, what the region is using, and if there was a better way, because you know, we're supposed to get the agendas on Wednesday. They went to every 2 weeks, so that would happen. The clerk blames that on all the staff not getting their reports in on time, which is legitimate, I understand. But, and the flights from Vegas don't come in until late on Sunday night, so Mondays are not good. So I wonder if, is there any report coming in on the system we're using? Is there something that we could do that's better? Is there,
Why don't we ask our trustee clerk?
Well, you're talking more about getting the packages to you quicker. I mean, the one thing, and the report tonight talks about, you gave us direction back in May or June about the committee meetings downstairs, that you felt that we were overutilizing them, that there wasn't any need to have items in those, and for the most part, we have gone away from that because there just hasn't been the business. We apologize. We're also frustrated that the packages seem to be getting out later and later. They haven't gone out on a Friday. Thursday's been the latest they've gone out, and you know, we're going to endeavor to improve that. So we're not planning on bringing a report on committee structure whatsoever, but as this report indicates, what our plan is to only utilize the committee meetings downstairs if we really have to, if there's a heavy agenda.
Well, first of all, my own personal opinion with respect to the committee meetings, I think there are some that are appropriate from downstairs. So if you're asking me, do I want to cut, and I think there's been that kind of discussion with the staff. I think that we have to have some of them down there. Some people are more comfortable, and there's more opportunity for dialogue and debate back and forth down there in certain subjects. So I wouldn't want anybody to get the opinion that we're not interested in having committee meetings down there. I think they're, in some cases, absolutely necessary, particularly where, you know, this would have been a great opportunity for this dialogue, although I think it was good to have it aired to the public about the bus issue. But when you take 2.5 hours on a topic like that, most of those people would have been very comfortable downstairs in a debate, and that's what we used to use it for. So I'm in favor of doing some of that for appropriate things. The other thing is, we had a discussion many months ago where we were going to look at the system that we have and see if there was some tweaking or changing or whatever that we could do with respect to the meetings, timing.
Okay, so that motion, did we do the vote?
Deferral. Yeah.
Pardon me? Not yet, okay. So we're referring that back to staff to bring it back to our next meeting. All those in favor? Okay.
I got a recorded vote. I'm just kidding.
Okay, next, MW 2011-54, sidewalk winter maintenance service request and policy review. There's a recommendation here that existing sidewalk plow routes be revised to accommodate new sidewalks, and that existing sidewalks that do not meet the city's winter maintenance policy be removed. So, is there any? Now, I've got a question. If no one yet has a question, is to our Director of Municipal Works regarding, and as we know, we saw this year it was above the norm amount of sod damage because there was a frost and it thawed and then it frosted and whatnot. So my question that I'd asked, and maybe we can just get the Director of Municipal Works to answer, is the plows seem to be too wide for some of the sidewalks, or so it seemed. Is there any option of having a smaller plow, or are the machines the size they are, or is that any option at all?
Mr. Mayor, we've looked extensively into the use of different equipment here, and rather than explain what we've got, rather than go with hand-pushed blowers, this is equipment that's going to help us get to 1/3 of our sidewalks most efficiently. The unfortunate part of it is the equipment has a wheelbase of about 42 inches. The blades have to be wider than the wheelbase, so if you have a 5-foot plow on an angle, it's just enough to cover the wheels, outside to outside dimension. But some of our sidewalks are less than 5 foot wide. So we're going to be into the sod on either side. We've been working with our staff to try and put delineators out for those sidewalk sections that are flat, but they are lower than the grass. You may have seen them out towards the end of last week doing a dry run so that they get familiar with the routes. We try to do some training the best we can in these types of conditions where they can familiarize themselves with encroachments and things like that. But basically, the equipment we have now is the best to provide the service we're currently providing. We're always looking for new equipment and attending trade shows to find new techniques. But the best way to avoid the cost and the inconvenience of having to restore these boulevards is to avoid it initially, and we're doing what we can with the equipment we have.
Okay. And I know it's difficult. Even my own sidewalks, it's hard to see. I can't imagine these guys trying to figure out where the sidewalks are underneath the snow. I have one other question too, is because I saw we were still doing sod recently, weren't we? Like, are we finished yet doing the repairs from last winter, or are we almost finished?
We're still working on a list.
Okay. It was just a thought, and because I received quite a few calls. People that, imagine it's been since last winter, Is there a way that for those people that want to fix it on their own, if we determine that it's been damaged, they could come and get the sod? Because I've had a lot of them say, just give me the sod, I'll do it myself. I don't know, is it possible that we could have some kind of, for those that want to do that? And I don't know if you can even answer that, or if it's something we can look into.
Should the union above that?
No, but I'm saying, well, the union, they're like, it's winter, if it's going to be snowing again, they still don't have their sod, so what are they going to do, People pick up their own mulch, right? They pick up their own mulch, so could they pick up their own rolls of sod?
I'd like to come back with a report showing you what our plans are to deal with that issue. As mentioned in the report, we've had, I think, over 300 complaints about that. A lot of it has to do with the winter that we just came through, and plowing without frost in the ground and that type of thing. But you're right, there is a better way to be more responsive to this particular issue. And for those residents that want to help themselves, we'd be happy to entertain some type of program that would allow them to do some of the work themselves, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, Councilor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question actually about the delineators. I know that last year when council did make some changes to the winter maintenance policies, we talked about city staff doing trails when and if only the machines were available and they were not on sidewalks. And I guess sometimes, like if I'm on the Millennium Trail, especially the one section that's off of McLeod Road, I think to myself that it's so winding that it would literally be impossible for a sidewalk plow to follow. And I'm wondering if you're planning on putting any delineators on the trails, that's all.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't catch the location on the trails?
On the Millennium Trail, where it's really wavy, would you
I guess
ever,
on
would
the
you
trails,
delineate
like
that?
last year, the council had asked staff that, when the sidewalk plows weren't out on sidewalks, we passed the policy that we would try to get them out on the trails and clean the trails so that people could walk on the trails. And I guess, when I'm on the trail, I think to myself, there'd be no way that an operator of a sidewalk plow would be able to navigate the trail not knowing where it's going. But I don't see any markers on it either, so.
That's a good point. That's something we could certainly look into. Obviously, if we get out there early and start to create these windrows, we would be able to delineate the edges of the pavement a little bit better, but perhaps we should be out there putting the delineators in now on the trail system as well.
Yes. Councillor Mays?
Yeah, I'm wondering, another question for Mr. Holman. I noticed the markers that you have out now, they seem to be not of good quality compared to the ones we had last year. Did we have a number of them stolen, or were they hit by plows, or was there a big difference now with that?
We had to replace a couple that had been installed. We're trying to keep an eye on costs. As I trying to indicate, as soon as we get our first kind of storm and we're able to establish where the edges of the pavement are, the delineators really become kind of a secondary means to identify the edge. If there are some that are constantly disappearing or in critical areas, we can look at a different type of marker. But because of the volume that we purchased this year, we thought we'd deal with the cheaper ones.
So we still have a lot of the other ones left, though, from they're in different areas?
Yeah.
Like I didn't get the good ones on my street. I'm just wondering if we had a whole bunch stolen or damaged or
hockey sticks in front of his house this year.
We know the areas that we've had damage last year because they're the ones that are on the restoration list. But we can offer or encourage residents, if they have areas that they happen to notice that we, on a regular basis, are kind of missing the mark. If they want to give us a call down at the service center, we can go out and make sure that we put those delineators in those locations as well.
Okay, Councillor Maves. All right, we've got a recommendation. So someone like to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Morocco, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? It's approved. Great. And number 3 we've already done. Ratification of in-camera recommendations. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship. Actually, if you recall, after the last council meeting on November 14th, you went into an in-camera session, so we have to ratify from that matter, and it was related to the Optimus Park property, and the following recommendation: the council confirm its decision to protect the Morrison Street corridor for future development of a flyover. Council confirmed that the city-owned lands known as the Morrison Street extension are not surplus to the needs of the city and will be retained. Council reject the River Realty offer. That an update to the Recreation Master Plan be referred to capital budget for consideration, and that the also that the rehabilitation of current ball diamonds be referred to the 2012 capital budget for consideration. And from tonight's meeting, the offer to purchase, that 2 offers to purchase for the north side of Frederica Street across from the Stanford Jack Bell Arena be declined. That an offer to purchase for the Stanford Jack Bell Arena be declined. That an offer to purchase for land north of McLeod Road and west of Montrose Road be declined. That staff report back on demolition costs for Niagara Falls Memorial Arena and Stanford Jack Bell arenas, and that further efforts to advertise the city-owned properties be curtailed until such time as the real estate market appears to improve.
Okay. Those are the minutes. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carrier. All those in favor? Okay, approved, thank you. Move the consent agenda. Okay, with the exception of Councillor Carrier, you want to pull?
Just like to remove, take 57 and 53 out for discussion, and I'll second the rest.
And 53. And Councillor Gates, did you have another one?
Yeah, I'd like to take, sorry, the same one, 57 and 56.
And 56, okay. Any other, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, 47.
47?
There's no 47.
Next page.
There's 40.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a motion to remove the rest. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah. And I
Seconded by Councillor Carrier. All those in favor? Okay. So first off, 2011-56 municipal accounts. That's Councillor Gates.
57.
This is municipal accounts.
56 municipal accounts.
Oh, no, I'm not doing that.
Oh, that's it. Is that?
I think he's talking.
Oh, down below 56. Oh, okay. Councillor Carrier, so we've got banking agreement extension 2011-57.
Who wants to speak on it first?
Okay.
Yeah, I've been talking about this issue for almost since I got in council with Mr. Todd, and on the fact that you want to extend this for 4 years. And I brought up the fact that I would think that a credit union might be a better way for us to go on city expenses. It's my understanding that 2 credit unions have met with staff. I don't know if you were there, Mayor Diodati, or not, but I know they did meet with. There's a line here that I think is important for people to understand, is that, and I won't name the 2 companies, but the credit union does have approximately $160 million out in the city of Niagara Falls by way of residential mortgages, lines of credit, personal loans, commercial mortgages, and businesses' line of credit. And it's my understanding that a lot of the tourist sector are using the credit unions because they're having a hard time getting money from the banks. And the difference between a bank and a credit union is that for every dollar that we put in there, another $4 goes back into your community. And I think tying ourselves to a Scotia Bank for 4 years, for another 4 years, I don't think is the way to go at this point in time. I don't really have a problem extending for another year, and then work with the credit unions to see what work they can do, how they can help the city. But what really sticks out on me is that for every dollar deposit, approximately $4 or $5 is generated in economic spin-off by credit unions. And I think we should take a serious look at it. If you take a look at communities across the country, more and more communities are going to credit unions because of that, because it is reinvested, it stays locally. So on this particular issue, I can't support a 4-year banking agreement extension.
Any other discussion on this, or do you want to?
Perhaps I can just comment, and perhaps Mr. Harrison can too. We have met with the credit unions and had a discussion with them, the treasurer and I, and quite frankly, they've admitted that they cannot fulfill our full range of banking services that we have today. And we had a very good meeting with them. They were very open with us. They said that they're not quite there yet. They said in a few years they'll be ready to come in with a full suite of services they can provide us. There is an opportunity, however, for some investment opportunities. We've committed to them to examine that further, and those investment opportunities may allow us to get into placing some of our money short-term with those credit unions. The treasurer will have to be reporting back because our current policy right now does not allow us to invest in those institutions. I think right now it just states charter or Schedule A banks. So we'd have to report back to council and ask for some changes to that policy before we could proceed. But we have met and understand the councilor's comments. But right now they simply can't provide the services that a Schedule A bank like Scotia Bank can provide us. And they said they're a couple years off, and that's why we're here recommending the 4-year extension for you.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay. Was there any more discussion on that? Did you feel?
Yeah, Vince wants to talk about it as well. So.
Okay, we still have some more discussion on it. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Carrier.
Well, Scotia Bank has been with us for the last 4 years, and the staff has re-examined this and are making a recommendation. Also, the Scotiabank has been very good to us with our convention center and naming that to the tune of, what, $300,000 a year? Which is not insignificant, so, I have no problem in supporting the motion.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a chance to talk to Mr. Todd today, and the credit unions, I understand they cannot do what the Scotiabank does. I think they just want the opportunity to do some other business with us. And if they had that opportunity to do some of the other things with us, maybe at least give quotes when we do investments, whether it's short-term or long-term investments, what they have assured me was that that's the money that they would reinvest in our community. If we have some deposits that they could give us better interest rates on, obviously I wouldn't want them to get business and lose money for the city, but if they could quote on it, and if they were better than the other people, we'd give them some business, and they have assured us that that money would go back into our community, whether it's to lend it to people for home mortgages or commercial money or whatever. So we had the discussion today.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as Councillor Carrier is indicating, the agreement that we're asking to extend doesn't preclude us from doing that. We do, as the CAO indicated, have to just update our, there's two things that have to happen. We'd have to update our investment policy, which I don't believe would be a problem, and that we'd have to come back to council, obviously. And then secondly, we would have to go out in those circumstances that we would need short-term investments and offer it out into the market, and we would take the best available opportunity at that time. But we wouldn't preclude the credit unions from getting, or at least bidding on that type of work.
But I think, that's all they're asking for is just an opportunity, and they're, like I said, opportunity to quote on some of the business, and if that can be done without breaking this agreement with the Scotiabank, that's really all that I was concerned about.
And that's exactly.
And my second question would be pertaining to the extension for 4 more years. You're comfortable that there's no one other financial institution out there that's going to give you much better deal?
When we went out to tender 4 years ago, Scotiabank was the best offer at the time, and there's no reason to believe that any of the other major banks would be able to do it at any other rates right now. This is kind of consistent with what other municipalities and other big institutions do. They build in an agreement period and then an option period, simply because the changeover of changing these agreements is significant.
It's difficult.
And so we would prefer to go with another 4 years. Obviously, in the 4th year, we would go out for an RFP process to allow all the bidders opportunity, which would include at that time any of the credit unions that may have the technology to be able to do the things that we do. So
thank you, Mr. Todd.
Oh yeah, we need a motion. We need a motion to go past 11 o'clock. We're almost done, guys. Come on. Moved by Councillor Gates, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? It's passed.
Can I just...
Yes, keep going. You're good. You're good. Pardon me? There was only 2 left, so it didn't matter. You're no voter.
First of all, thanks very much, Mayor Diodati. Just on the credit unions, my concern was the 4 years. It's my understanding, just like Councillor Carriel's, is that at the present time they can't meet the full needs of what the city needs today, but they are getting up to speed relatively quick, and that time frame obviously happened with your meetings. But when I take a look at some of the rates that they provided to me, they obviously are very competitive, and in some cases the return is even more than a Scotiabank. And I certainly can appreciate Scotiabank has been a corporate citizen for our convention center, but the credit union that I'm talking about has invested $160 million into the city of Niagara Falls in the form of many banking things. So it's not like they're not pulling their weight here in Niagara Falls. And I think the big selling point for me is that for every dollar that deposit, another 4 or 5 is gone back into your local economy and the economic spin-off. And the thing that I heard very clearly, and I may be wrong in this, and if I am, I'd apologize, but it's my understanding a lot of our tourist sector are going to the credit union because they're having a lot of trouble getting money from the banks because of what's out there today. So the credit union is doing a very good job, and I wanted to highlight it. And the 4 years just seemed like it was too long, because I believe the credit union can get up and running a little quicker than that. So, but I do appreciate you meeting with them, and I think there's some other options that will save the city some money and maybe get more on our investments. So thanks.
Okay. So we've got the motion. Everyone heard the motion? All those in, oh, wait.
I just have one question possibly for Mr. Harrison regarding that same thing. Are there any rules as to financial stability or anything for these, for municipal accounts? Because I know, like, my concern is, and of course I don't think it's going to happen in Canada, but there have been a lot of shaky banks that we've seen in the States, and I'm just wondering if there's any financial criteria that they have to pass.
There are rules of what the municipality can invest in. There are rules of who you can invest with. It used to be a rule of the Municipal Act that it only could be at the chartered banks, but that's been extended. However, we have an investment policy that is what we operate under, and we would have to take a look at that and upgrade that to be able to do that. And it's our intention to come back in the first quarter of next year with a revised report to maybe take advantage of some of the opportunities that are out there.
Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay. That. Next up, interest rate penalty, 2011-53. Was that, who was it, Councillor Carrier? Okay.
Yes, Your Worship, I read the report and I understand why the city wants to do this, but it was one of the things that Councillor Thompson and I raised. It just seems that it's very onerous. It seems like, you know, the interest rate is 18%. I understand that we want to have an interest rate.
It's 15, isn't it?
15%. We want to have an interest rate that doesn't let people use us as a bank or encourage us to not pay, encourages not to pay taxes. But this is 3 or 4 times the rate that most people are borrowing for. It seems like it's excessive. That's the only reason I brought it up, Your Worship.
He's moving it to 18?
No. Pardon?
You're moving it to 18?
No, I'm moving to less than that.
Councillor Thompson?
Anyway, yes, I asked for this report short 6-8 months ago, and it's right on time here. I am happy to receive the report simply because at the time we were dealing with some people who were having a real struggle on the verge of being registered, and I thought it would be appropriate to look at the interest rate. I remember when it was flexible and moved up and down depending on what the banks were charging at the time. When I see the report, obviously we're consistent with everybody else, and still makes it very difficult for people in difficult situations. But if we're being consistent and it's legitimate according to the Municipal Act, I appreciate the report and keep it for information.
Okay, so okay, well, we still have another thing to do. Okay, so moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Iannone. All those in favor? Okay, now Councillor Gates, you wanted a 2011-56 consultant appointment. Is that the one?
Yes. I just wanted to ask just a question on it's going to Kerry T. Howe Engineering Limited. It's $48,500. I'm just wondering, and it did talk a little bit about it on the back, but I'm just wondering why our staff isn't doing that. It seems like a lot of money to do this work. I'm wondering if our own staff couldn't do this work. I don't know if it's because we don't have enough staff or whatever it is, but I just thought I'd ask the question. I'm trying to get you more work, obviously, but at the end of the day, 48.5 is a lot of money, and if we can do it in-house, why not do it in-house? That's all.
That's Mr. Holman.
Mr. Mayor, our original intention was to do this work in-house. However, given the volume of work that needs to be done, we're unable to deliver this project in this calendar year. I think a late budget was part of it. We'd like to be able to make up some time by having this work done over the next couple of weeks. I can assure you that our current staff is working on the 2012 program, and we'll be busy for the next 10 years at least on the numerous capital projects that we've got ready to go. But we've lost some time at the beginning of this year, and this is an opportunity to make it up.
No, I appreciate that, but all I'm saying is it seems like a lot of money, and maybe it's something that we could take a look at and see how many of these are going on, and maybe we could hire another staff person that rather than send it out, keep it in house, and maybe at the end of the day we're saving money. I don't know, but I saw that. I just thought it was a lot of money. I thought I'd ask a question. I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to move the recommendation? Okay, moved by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay. We have one more. Councillor Thompson wanted
very quickly regarding the residential convenience pass program. I'm glad to see this come back again. At the bottom, there was an opportunity to provide passes for the commercial sector, private sector, and particularly when it was leased vehicles. That didn't exist before. Came in last year, attempted to stimulate some interest, and if anybody's listening, if you want to buy a residential or a parking pass, rather than fumbling for your money and not having it or running somewhere to try and get it, you can take advantage of this. It's revenue for the municipality. It's convenient, and we said we were going to assist through Niagara Falls Tourism, the BIAs. We really, it was sent through, but we really didn't do a job on that. I think that we're going to work with the city to make sure that that happens, and I look forward to working with Mr. Dren and maybe the Chamber of Commerce and other people so they can take advantage of that. But I would move the report, and hopefully we can stimulate some interest in this.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Morocco. Councillor Morocco?
I support.
Okay.
I supported the first time.
Okay, good.
Too, so be consistent here.
Okay, yes, thank you. Councillor Carrio?
Just a quick question, Your Worship. As I read the report, it says that the people taking advantage of this is low. If we increased it from 2 hours to 3 hours, would that maybe make, help more people buy it, or would that be something we wouldn't want to do? Could you talk about that a little bit, Carl?
The pass is geared towards whatever the time that's permitted on the meter in that particular area. Gotcha. So if it's a 2 hour zone, it's 2 hours. If it's a 3 hour zone, there are some 3 hour zones around the city.
Is it possible, and again, I don't know, cost, I know in Niagara Lake, and I know they don't have the same parking that we do. What is it in Niagara Lake, Carl? Is it 10 or?
Niagara Lake, it's $10.
$10.
But again, it's a different demographic than what we have here.
I just wondered if it was, because it's great. I had someone today say to me they love it as a gift for Mother's Day or Christmas, because, people like, what do they need? Another pair of slippers or another, I know Councillor Pietrangelo always likes another pair of slippers, but it's one of those gifts that you can use all year long, and if you have to go to the hospital, you have to go to the library, you have to go to the bank, you can use it all year round. Slippers, yeah. But the parking pass, I just sometimes wondered if $50 was, I wondered if it was prohibitive. I don't know. Is there any thoughts on that, or not the way it should? Not gonna.
It's not prohibitive. They just don't know about it. We got to get the message.
But didn't we advertise it last year? Bless you. Didn't we?
Not properly.
I was asking Carl.
Yeah, but he was asking it through Niagara Falls Tourism, and we didn't do the job.
So you didn't do your job?
No.
Okay. So if Councillor Thompson will do his job this year, Niagara Falls Tourism, we can promote it. And also, I did talk to them, our web people today, about promoting it on the website. It's a perfect Christmas present, to buy for someone. Rather than a dinner, you do it once and it's done. This is good for the entire year. So maybe we'll push it through the website, And if you'll push it at Niagara Falls Tourism and the Chamber of Commerce, maybe we can get a little more activity on this one. We good? Okay, so moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, great. And we've already moved the rest. Mr. Clerk, any additional bylaws tonight?
Not an additional bylaw, Your Worship, but there was just some language changes to bylaw 2011-143, so it is in your handouts this evening, but the intent of the bylaw is the same.
Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates. Hold on, yes, Councillor Gates, yeah.
I'd like to pull out 211-143, please, and just do something on it. You want me to do it now, or you want me to?
Sure, let's deal with that one. It's the first one.
It's just on the soccer, and I'd like to know that, I think in our last package we got an update on the 3P applications for all the other ones that we put in. And it's mentioned here about the club's business plan and an update on the 3P application. I guess I'm just asking staff, do we know what's going on with the 3P application?
With you, Mr. Mayor, that is the only one that we haven't received information back, and staff is still continuing with that. But we wanted to assure you, and I believe there was a memo in your package, even though the bylaw is here tonight, building permits or nothing like that will be issued until we have a full report back.
I read all that. I just want to know about the 3P.
Do you have the business plan?
We have bits and pieces of it, and we're still waiting for other pieces of information. One of the proponents was away, and I think they're back now. So we're hoping to get that in front of council, if not at the December meeting, hopefully early in January.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep, Councillor Carrier.
Just a quick question on the same thing. A lot of people have asked me about the agreement between the city and the soccer club. Some people don't know what the criteria and conditions are. Is that something that you could come back and report to us so that it's easy to understand what they are? I mean, we spoke about it at the meeting, and I know what they are, but I just want to make sure that everybody else understands the criteria and the conditions for the city to participate financially.
Absolutely. And when you get your next report back, it'll outline in detail what those conditions are, how any money would be advanced, at what stages.
Yeah, they have to put their money in first, and our money's last, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That some people are questioning that.
Yeah. Yes, we hadn't put that back to you simply because there's pieces of information we hadn't received yet from them. So Mr. Harrison will be reporting back with all of that as a report in the near future.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves to give the bylaws a first reading. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2011-143 to 2011-147 read a first time.
Councillor Pietrangelo for second and third, and Councillor Maves seconding it. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2011-143 to 2011-147 read a second and third time and passed.
New business, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Morocco, Councillor Pietrangelo.
First of all, I apologize at this late time for bringing this up, but I've been approached about this, and I've been kind of frustrated with the lack of progress that I've been able to see with respect to this. This has to do with Stanley Avenue at the rear of the Hilton Hotel and the Four Points Sheraton. And this has been the subject of an environmental assessment during the pre-casino days, and the region chose to put that medium right up the center. You have the access to the two major hotels right there, and the medium comes down so far that you have to make a left turn, go up a little bit, and then into the driveway, and it's a dangerous situation. I suggested, they could move the medium out of there about 5 or 10 feet and would solve the problem until we get out of there altogether. I understand that this is a regional situation, but I would like maybe the CAO to coordinate a meeting. I suggested that I would get the private sector people to meet on site. I'd be happy to meet there, and could you invite the person from the region? And I don't believe that this was the case. but I was told that if politicians are there, the person wouldn't come out.
From the region?
Really caught my interest. Anyway, would you please coordinate? This is a dangerous situation. You have two major hotels, deliveries, access to the back, and this medium cuts off the driveway access. It only has to be moved 8 to 10 feet, I say, and everybody would be happy. So I'd make a motion that we refer it to the senior staff to coordinate an effort with the region and see if they'll show up to have a discussion on it.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Okay.
And the last thing, and I don't know whether there's an answer to this, but again, I think it has to be sit around the table with the appropriate staff and then through the CAO. Jack's Cantina, which burnt down a week or so, he had already started building on the other side. There's a huge, big arm that comes out right at the front entrance. He knows what was there. In fact, he is probably, through his complaints about the traffic there being dangerous and accidents, for that being there, not knowing that he would eventually own that property and want to utilize it. There has to be some kind of discussion about it. Maybe it's an impossible situation. He has indicated that he would even be interested in participating financially to do something about it, but I'd like somebody to sit down and have a full discussion and resolve the problem for it, because I have not been able to move it forward to the next level, and I think it has to, and I think in fairness, if anything is going to be done, if anything can be done, it should be done prior to the building going up across the road. And I'm told with the surveyors that part of the abutment that's in there holding that arm is encroaching on the property. So we should react to it quickly and talk with the owner. I'd be happy to participate, but I would move it be referred to staff to see if they can move it forward.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, second again by Councillor Morocco. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. All right. Councillor Morocco.
I'll make it quick. Mayor Diodati, I just wanted to congratulate these 4 women who have actually been chosen. They were runners-up for a qualifier to go to the Olympics, and apparently they lost out to another team, and now this team dropped out. So at the last minute, in the last couple of weeks, they were chosen to go and represent our region in Perth, Australia. Actually, they left tonight. So I just want to say good luck to Team Gordon for their, let me see, it's the women's division of keelboat sailing. Sorry, I'm not the big sports person. And it's Crystal Newman, Laurel Taylor Gordon, Jessica Simpson, and Jenny Gordon. So we'd like to wish them well. They are having a fundraiser too, because they desperately need more money to help them. The fundraiser is going to be Sunday, the 4th, December 4th at Taps Brewery on Queen Street, 5 till whenever. So, and www.teamgordon.ca if you need more information or would you like to make a donation. Thank you.
Just want to know more about Jessica Simpson. What was that? Is Jessica Simpson's part of this crew? Did everyone else hear that? Is that one of the? You picked that up? Okay, good. All right, just want to make sure. All right, thank you.
Simon, sorry.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
The internet.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Almost, Your Worship. I guess first order of new business, I just wanted to give a shout out to the St. Paul Patriots senior boys football team. As you know, they've advanced to the finals of the Golden Horseshoe Bowl. They're going to be playing tomorrow at the Rogers Center. They're in the finals of the All-Ontario. It's the first time ever that a team from Niagara Falls has gone there. I believe that the game starts at 11:15, and I also believe that it's going to be on Cogeco. I know last year it was TSN. Check Cogeco first, but if not, check TSN. I know I'm at St. Mike's, and they're usually one of our arch rivals, but I mean, come on, seriously, a team from Niagara Falls winning All-Ontario, I think it would be great. So I just want to give a shout out to them. First question I had, Your Worship, was just a couple of things in terms of accessibility. And I noticed that some of the corners when you go to some of the corners that have been recently constructed, instead of having the sidewalk step down one way and step down the other way, the whole sidewalk is kind of stepped down at the corner. And I like it. I'm wondering if our standards have changed. Do you understand what I mean?
I know that, Mr. Mayor, I know that we have been looking at our sidewalk standards. We've been following the provincial standards, but I know that we also had adopted the FAD standards, and we need to kind of reconcile the changes. Although we may have included in our tender documents for one standard, we have not provided the other. But that's going to be all part of our sidewalk inspection program, and we'll be identifying those intersections and those corners through our intersection inspection program, where we go through and do the whole city. We may end up having to call one capital project to deal with a lot of those issues. There are a number of them across the city. So if you have a specific area that you'd like us to have a look at, we can establish some priorities. Was there one in particular? Were you thinking of the ones down on Queen Street?
No, there wasn't one in particular. I just know that I saw them and I like them. So I'm wondering if we changed our standards, and if not, if we possibly could. I didn't know whether or not the curb had to actually be there at the point where the two streets meet, so that when you have cars turning, there's that actual delineator. Having it removed might have cars encroach on the sidewalk, and maybe that's a reason why you don't want to do it. So I didn't know whether or not the standards changed, but I like the fact that at some of them, they're all down.
I can check with my staff, Mr. Mayor, and provide some more additional information to council through the memorandum.
Okay. Your Worship, the other point I had on accessibility was just in regards to interlocking bricks, and I guess it would be through you to Mr. Holman again. I don't know whether or not the city has changed its policy, but interlocking bricks don't really work very well because they always end up being uneven. And we have them in different areas of the city. We have them on trails. And I don't really find them to be that good whenever anything that has wheels or even people walking are going across them. I don't know whether or not we're still putting in interlocking bricks, but they do have, I guess, new materials out there now. For instance, I mean, in my opinion, it'd be nicer to see colored asphalt so that you could do a walkway that was going across the street in a different color than the actual road. And I know sometimes that's why you use the interlocking bricks, but my only concern with the interlocking bricks is that they become all uneven, and then it becomes a maintenance issue. Whereas if you did do colored concrete, then you would have, for instance, a bright red walkway going across the street. It'd be very easily visible, or it could be white. It didn't matter. And there would be no issue in regards to future maintenance, or even in regards to snow plowing going over it and hitting the interlocking bricks. So I don't know whether or not we're still using interlocking bricks. I'd like to see us, if we are, just kind of change that policy so that we sort of update it. I know I've seen them in other cities. I was in Oakville's downtown, and they actually have used colored asphalt quite nicely throughout their downtown to delineate where all the walkways are and bus stops and things like that. So it's quite nice, and I don't think it's that much more costly to use.
Mr. Mayor, we are looking at those applications on two projects. One is the Queen Street project. We'll be looking at new crosswalks next year. And also on the project the region is doing on Lundy's Lane. We're looking at some textured finishes at Drummond Road and Main Street.
That's great. I just don't want to see us using interlocking bricks anymore. Your Worship, this one would be for you, and I know that you're out there supporting the Nick Walenda Walk, and I was wondering if it would be helpful if you had the council behind you giving their support as well. I know I guess the report that came forward about the walk, they're estimating that there's going to be a minimum of 460 million viewers on the Discovery Channel that would be watching it live, as well as they'd be looking at coverage from CNN and Fox News, and they're already planning on bringing their helicopters here So I don't know if it would be helpful for you when you're out there making the pitch for the walk to have your council behind you, but I would move a motion of support.
That would definitely help. That motion moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Gates, and also Niagara Falls Tourism passed this 2 weeks ago, and a couple days ago as well, the Chamber of Commerce are behind the proposal. So I don't think this council, no, we talked about it, but I don't think we approved. So we have a motion to support the proposal that's before the Niagara Parks right now. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. It's a unanimous vote. That certainly helps. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, and the last issue that I wanted to bring forward was, again, the idea of naming a road, and I know, you made the comment to me before that that's what I'm going to be known as, but I mean, I was pretty young when Terry Fox came through Niagara Falls. I guess I didn't realize until someone had explained it to me that Terry Fox on his Marathon of Hope didn't actually run through Niagara Falls. He had run and he had stopped in Toronto, but Terry wanted very much to visit Niagara Falls, and I know Councillor Thompson was the mayor at the time, and he came out at City Hall to meet Terry and kind of showed him around the falls. It is documented as well in the CBC archives, and you can find it on the internet. I think it was July 11th, 1979 or 80, not too sure. But he did actually run to Toronto, and he really wanted to come to Niagara Falls, and that's why he made the trip down here. And I think it'd be nice, I mean, I know that we have a plaque, Councillor Thompson reminded me that we have a plaque in front of City Hall commemorating that. It'd be nice to do something more. I know we do the run every year, and I think that we have an opportunity right now because we have that extension of the roadway that hasn't been built, and maybe we can turn that into a positive. But I mean, in my opinion, it really doesn't have to be known as Throwstone Road once it extends sort of into the Gale Center. It could be known as Terry Fox Way or something like that. I mean, I can't see us sort of picking any street in a subdivision and naming it after Terry Fox, because then really no one would actually see it. It would have to be something that would be of significance that people would see. And obviously the road leading into the Gale Center is going to be visited by most of the residents in the city, as well as people from out of town that are going to visit our city. So I mean, I'd just like to make a motion that the idea get passed on to council, or sorry, to staff, and then perhaps staff can meet with representatives from the Terry Fox Committee to discuss the idea.
That's great. We have a motion by Councillor Thompson to consider naming the extension of Throwstone Road going east into the Gale Center, possibly Terry Fox Way. We got seconded by Councillor